Out right here on Fox Soul. I'm Thomas, sitting in for Claudia Jordan, who is out tonight. Now, you might recognize me as a red carpet and entertainment journalist, but either way, here. First up, let me invite everyone to connect with us by commenting on the foxsoul.tv message board, or you can just call us at 866-FOX-SOUL or 866-369-7685, because we're live and we want to hear from you. All right, I'm sitting down with two fierce and fabulous ladies who've turned their experiences with rejection into a motivation that led them to newfound passion and collaboration in the work they do. You just might be familiar with them. And later in the hour, I'm having a conversation with Lala Milan, one of social media's biggest, funniest comedians, who's going to tell us how she turned Instagram videos into red carpet appearances. But first, please help me welcome the creator of Lip Bar, Melissa Butler, and singer and actress Justine Skye to the show. All right. Thank you both for being here. Now, Melissa, you started out making lipstick in your kitchen. Am I right?
Yeah, in 2012,
Yeah.
I started the company making a lipstick in my kitchen. I was not a makeup girl. I tell people
Really?
I'm not passionate about makeup, but I am passionate about changing the way people think and feel about beauty.
I love that.
Yeah.
So how did you go from the kitchen to pitching your business on Shark Tank? That's a big step.
Yeah, so I was working on Wall Street, so I have a finance background, and I started the Lip Bar with the goal to really challenge the beauty standard, to make sure that especially women of color were seen within the beauty industry. I've always thought that without representation, you're left seeking validation. Now that's a super lofty goal, and in order to do that, you're gonna need some money. So we ended up pitching Shark Tank. We didn't get a deal, but it ended up being one of the best things for the business because number one, it showed me how strong I am, and then it proved that we really had a community.
What? I love that. I do want to know a little bit more about your experience on Shark Tank.
I mean, you go on the show, you pitch, what you see is 8 minutes. We were filming for probably an hour, and so they were really cruel to us, but at the end of the day, I had to use that as my ammunition to keep going, and I just had to make the decision to be the pilot of my own plane. I'm like, you know, they're not gonna stop me, so they said no, but I'm gonna say yes to me, and so ever since then, the business has actually grown from that experience, so it's been an incredible experience. I look at it as a gift.
I like that you say that. And I do like that you pointed out that they were cruel. It wasn't just a no, it was kind of a
yeah, they were,
cruel.
they were actually mean.
Yes, I watched that.
They were actually cruel.
I remember thinking, you know, it was kind of like, who would wear it? Well, I was like, black women everywhere.
But you know what? It's one of those things where it's like I had to remember who my audience was. And so here I am pitching in front of, you know, 3 white men. None of them wear lipstick. It's Damon John was on the show, and there was 1 woman on the show. All of these people are 50 plus. My audience is very much young, and so I wasn't pitching to the right audience. So it just taught me to take your message to a place where it can actually be heard.
Were you able to bounce back though and like get to where you are and how you look at it now quickly, or was that a hard experience?
No, it wasn't hard, just because like when you're grounded in your purpose and you know your why, like, I mean, you're gonna fail every day. You're gonna be told no every day. It was just something that happened. Like, people wanna talk about Shark Tank so much, and it's like, we were in business before Shark Tank, and I knew that we were gonna be in business after Shark Tank. It was just something that happened. It was almost like an email that was sent. It was literally just a moment in our history. So I'm grateful for the moment, but it certainly wasn't the beginning of the Lip Bar, and I don't think that it was necessarily our turning point. We didn't actually grow as a company until probably 2 years later. So, yeah.
Right. I love that. So, Justine, you are Lip Bar's first celebrity collaboration.
Yes, which is huge. Thank you, Melissa. It's a huge honor to be a part of this with her. And we just launched our collection yesterday. And we had a great party in LA. So many people attended. It was beautiful, fun, vibrant. The energy was amazing, and yeah.
What made you want to take part? What made you want to take part in this collaboration, be a part of the company?
Well, other than everything Melissa just said, which is the reason why I think she's so dope. She's a strong, powerful Black woman, and I think that this brand represents exactly that. And when she asked me to be a part of it, it was a no-brainer.
Can you tell me about like the inspiration behind Island Gal? That's the name of your new collection, right?
Yeah, it's the Island Gal collection, and my heritage is Jamaican. That's where I'm from. I was born here, but my family's from Jamaica, so I kind of claim it a little bit. But it's how I grew up. It's something that's been like embedded in me. So when we came up with the idea to do the collection, it was just obvious that this is what we wanted it to be inspired by. And because it's vibrant, we wanted it to be tropical, colorful, and this collection is just about encouraging women to experiment with their makeup. You know, makeup is kind of like your expression of creativity, so.
I think I do love when I see, like you specifically, being involved with a makeup collection, because we don't often see like dark brown women.
Yeah.
And what shades look great. I'm like, okay, what is this? Let me see. I can rock that, I can rock that. So it's nice to see. Do you like being a part of that kind of representation?
Yeah, I do. In the beginning, I didn't notice it because when I was younger, I started off like on Tumblr, like social media, and I would wear the craziest lip colors, like green and yellow, white lipstick, and I just was being myself and being creative and trying and seeing what fit for me. And eventually, I realized I didn't really like that many colors. I'm not like a color girl on my lip, and I've just been searching for that like perfect nude for my skin complexion, which I think we got down pat. Yeah, I think we nailed that. And it's funny because I've been wearing it secretly as we've been developing these products, and everyone's been asking about it, and now it's finally out.
So it's a vegan lipstick? You make vegan lipstick,
Yeah,
right?
everything is vegan and cruelty-free. And it's funny that you mentioned, you know, Justine being a melanated Black woman, a deeply melanated Black woman, because I think for so long, we didn't praise that within our community. Like, we praised lighter skin, and so one of our things was like, okay, well, when we do a collab, we definitely want someone that our customers can see themselves in, and I feel like Justine was that perfect representation on everything from her being an island gal to her being, you know, this strong Black woman. So I'm just excited. I mean, look at how good it looks. It just looks so good.
That's great. Tell me how, I want to go back to something you said earlier about not being like a makeup girl. How did you then become one?
I still don't necessarily think I am. I am the owner of a makeup company. I am a businesswoman. I'm not a makeup girl. I am someone who understands the power of makeup and how it can impact your self-esteem. I am someone who understands what representation needs to look like. Like, the reality is we're looking at social media, we're looking at magazines, we're looking at amazing artists like Justine, and people are needing to see themselves in them. So I wanted to create that for my audience and for my community, because if you're always looking to someone for beauty and they look nothing like you, then where is your self-worth, where is your value? You're kind of always looking external for that validation and looking external to say like, oh, you know, can I fit into this pretty girl club, essentially? So yeah, my thing is never about the product, it's more so about the feeling and the fact that I want people to know that they are enough.
I want to go back a little bit to the beginning of this business, because I imagine it took a lot of sacrifice. What did you have to put into this company to get things going?
Oh, sure. I mean, I'm sacrificing now. Like, every day you sacrifice, you fail. I think that's normal for anyone in business, anyone trying to hone in on their craft. Like, you know, in the beginning, it was a lot of sleep and a lot of money, like my entire savings account. Now it's still a lot of sleep that I sacrifice. I'm tired right now.
Thanks for being here.
But there's always a sacrifice, and I guess I just don't look at it like that, because I was doing something that I loved. So yeah, I looked at it more so like I was investing in myself as opposed to sacrificing.
Was it hard to keep going at any point?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes those no's and those failures and those pauses, they can be discouraging. But then you have to just like get back down into the bottom of your belly and grab that feeling again, and then keep going. Or like remember that time you had momentum, or remember that time you had that win, and then use that to like continue to fuel your next steps.
All right, we have an audience question. So what's your name and what's your question?
My name is Anunnaki, and I wanted to know what made you want to make your products vegan?
Well, I don't think that we need to use animal products or test on animals in order to have a high quality product. So it was just like, why not?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. So, Justine, you have an interesting story, and you brought up Tumblr, so I want to take it to there a little bit. How did you go from posting music on Tumblr to having a real music career?
Well, I guess I was super young. I like to say that I kind of grew up in the era of like social media and really like understanding what it was and using it as a way to, I guess, kind of like get your career off the ground, which I didn't know I was doing in the beginning. I was just being a kid singing on YouTube and posting it on Tumblr and hanging out with my friends, and it was all just super organic. And then as like social media started to skyrocket some more and Instagram came about, I moved over to that platform and started to develop a fan base. I remember one day my mom came home and she was like, "Why aren't you doing your homework? Why are you always on your phone, your computer?" And I'm like, and then she's like, "Wait, you have 15,000 followers? How did that happen?" And I'm like, "I don't know, I'm just on the internet." And then it just started to like accumulate, and I just started to, I guess, focus it on my music and started to post covers and original music, and I put out a mixtape, and it started to, I guess, labels started to get interested. I got signed to Atlantic, I was with them, then I was signed to Rock Nation, and now I'm independent.
Now, what is your experience now as an independent artist? What's that like?
Honestly, it's very freeing. I feel like I have a lot more control. In the beginning, it was like nerve-wracking because I didn't know. I was so used to being like in a system of like having this like large machine behind me, and now I feel like, or a lot of people that I had to answer to, a lot of opinions that I had to like consider, and now it's just like, all right, I'm gonna do what Justine wants to do. I'm gonna make the music that I want to make. And throughout my career up until this day, which I still feel like I'm in the beginning, I'm still like blossoming, growing every day as an artist and as a woman. And I feel like my most authentic work, the songs that I write, the things that I like put my hard work into and my creative input into, is what my audience receives well. I've noticed that throughout my career, whether it was a song that someone else picked, we put it out, didn't do so well. A song that I picked, we put it out, and everyone's like, "We love this one, this is our favorite one." And I'm like, why isn't anyone listening to me? But now I don't have to have that frustration of why isn't anyone listening to me, because I'm making those decisions along with my team that I have now, that I trust.
I want to hear a little bit more about you being in this freeing space, kind of how you're using that to develop your music, songs that you're writing. And
well, I honestly don't feel like I'm in so much of a rush anymore, because I feel like that was my biggest downfall when it came to developing the music that I was doing. I was always in a rush, like, I need to put this out, I have to put this out. And it's like, when you're in that mindset, you're not making your best work. And so now that I know I have a goal, I can like take my time on this. You're not supposed to rush art. I mean, I'm trying to be here forever, not just today. And so I'm taking my time with this and making sure that it's something that I'm actually in love with and I just don't like for the next 15 minutes.
do you feel like you're enjoying your career a little more now?
Yeah,
a lot
I'm
more.
definitely enjoying it a lot more. It's more exciting. It's not as like, it's definitely still, I mean, it's the music industry, it's the industry. Whether it's music, acting, TV and film, like, you know, it's just, it's always gonna be, life is frustrating at times. But I definitely am extremely blessed to be doing what I love, and I really can't complain.
This question is for both of you. I think kind of looking back, how do you think you view both success and failure now after so much?
I view failure as an opportunity to learn and to grow. And I haven't pinpointed success just yet because it's a moving target for me. So like I frustrate my team so much because if I say like we have a goal and we hit it, I move it. I literally will say, oh, if we got there that easily, the goal wasn't high enough. So I'm still trying to figure out what success is from a business perspective, but personally, it's just peace.
I mean, yeah, I absolutely agree with everything Melissa said. I mean, the moment that you get too comfortable is when you can lose something. There's always going to be someone that's fighting for your spot, that's fighting to be bigger than you, and so you can't ever get too comfortable.
Yeah, healthy paranoia.
Healthy paranoia.
Let's talk failure, because I think you have a really healthy, when we were talking about, I know we were talking about Shark Tank. We don't want to spend too much time on Shark Tank, but
yeah,
you have been there, done that. But you have this really healthy process when it comes to something not going the way you wanted it to go. I think oftentimes people talk about failure and it's this kind of whimsical idea of, oh, I learned, it pushed me, and that sounds great, but I hardly experience that. Failure is the worst. And so how do you think?
It can be. I mean, sure, it's devastating in the moment, but you really have to take a step back and be accountable. I think accountability is what got me to the other side of failure, because I start thinking like, oh, well, what could I have done better? Not to the point of like massive scrutiny, but you want to look at yourself and say like, well, did I show up as my best self? And really think through that. And it's also practice. Like, I am very comfortable with failure now. I almost expect for something to go wrong. Like, we had our event yesterday, and it was amazing, and I was like, something is gonna happen, and I'm gonna be okay with it, because there's nothing that we can do to change it, sort of thing. So.
And it rained. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, right, and it rained.
But you moved through it, right? It rained
Yeah,
a little.
and so you just have to think about it like, okay, well, what can I control in this moment? What can't I control? And how can I learn from it for next time?
What about you, Justine?
I'm sorry, what?
As far as how to push through failure, turn it into something positive.
Oh, I mean, I feel like Melissa's like a genius right now, and she's answering all the questions, but I agree. You just have to take it and turn it into something positive. You can't sit there and dwell on the negativity, because that'll eat you alive. You know, you have to use it as fuel or whatever it is, but you have to use it and turn it into something positive.
All right, let's look forward. What should we be looking forward to from both of you coming up in 2020?
That is a great question.
Besides the fact that I need to get this nude lipstick.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
what I should be looking forward to.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you absolutely need to get it. For 2020, so I just learned something from when you were talking. I feel like you were actually speaking to me. Like, you asked the question, but I feel like it came directly to me about just pushing so much through and feeling like you have to do things on a timeline. That's what my 2019 looked like. It was like, oh, I have this deadline, I have to do this, I have to do this, I have to do this. And you're absolutely right. You don't get all of the quality. You're not doing your best. You're not even serving yourself or your customers in the best way. And so my goal for this year is to slow down a little and really focus on creating the best company, being the best leader, serving my customers in the best way, and being the best Melissa. Like, I want to take time for me this year. I haven't done that in a while, so yeah.
It's a good goal. Finally celebrating some of those successes.
Right.
My year, I guess I would have to say, is the opposite of that. I mean, I've been working harder than I probably ever have now because I'm independent. So it's a lot more work because I have to pay attention to many things that I didn't before. I probably should have, and maybe it would have went differently. But I'm glad that things happen for a reason, I always say. And so I'm glad that I'm in this position now. I'm becoming a better businesswoman, and it's fun, you know. Even though it's a lot of hard work, it's a lot of sleepless nights, a lot of being in the studio for 12 plus hours every day, but I think it's fun, and it's all gonna pay out too, because I love to see the product when it comes to life and when everyone else gets to enjoy it, and I'm really excited about that. I have a lot of exciting things coming out this year, music, fashion, and I can't wait to share that with everyone.
Thank you. All right, I want to thank my guests, Melissa Butler and Justine Skye, for sharing their inspirational stories with us. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, I'm talking to Lala Milan, one of the biggest social media comedians in the game. Stay tuned. We're going to be right back.
Hey everyone, Dr. Sean here. Make sure you tune into my show On the 7 with Dr. Sean every night at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific. But for now, enjoy a few laughs.
What's up with these dudes driving these humongous trucks I'm seeing? Everywhere these guys with these 30-foot tall trucks, big huge tires, roll cage, grill, reinforced window. Then it says no fear all over it. You're afraid of something. And why is the dude that gets out of this truck is the same guy, 5'2", wearing a tap-out shirt? Every time. Same guy. He's always in the MMA or UFC, right? He's gonna jump up and sock him in the ankle or something. He's always got a tattoo of a dragon on his arm. He's got the dragon tattoo, right? But he's fat. So the dragon looks like a salad. Is that fire or dressing? What is it? Oh, I don't know. Sorry. He's always got the low shorts down and the socks standing out. I can't tell if he's white or Mexican. Like, calm down, Bryce. It's always Bryce. It's always Bryce.
Welcome back to Out Loud on Fox Soul. I'm Brooke Thomas, filling in for Claudia Jordan. Now, if you are active on Instagram, I know you already know my next guest. You have seen her in viral videos. You've seen her on BET's Boomerang, HBO's A Black Lady sketch show, all of that. Please welcome Lala Milan to the show.
Hey, girl. Hi. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Hey, y'all.
You're great, huh?
Thank you.
Yeah, you look great.
Thank you. I feel great.
I like your shoes. Yeah.
Thank you, girl. You know something slight.
This is going to be so much fun. Let's talk about you. Tell me your story, how you guys started posting your first video on Instagram.
Yes, so I was working at Allstate, girl, and literally my boss was always out, you know, playing golf. And I was like, you know, while he's away, I'm going to go ahead and play. And that's exactly what I did. So social media was popping at the time, and I went ahead and started making videos. And next thing you know, I went viral with my first video, and I was like getting booking requests. And child, when the checks from booking started getting bigger than my checks from the job, I said, what am I doing here? You know?
Yes. What was that first video that went viral? Remember?
Girl, Rat Queen. I did a version of Fetty Wap's Trap Queen.
Yes.
You know, the whole thing of he was saying she gonna hold him down, and I'm like, you know what, I'm not. I'm snitching. And I think that went viral because a lot of women could actually relate. We be thinking down in our head, you know, I'm gonna hold him down. But when the cops actually come, will you, sis? My answer was no.
It's like ride or die. I'm not dying.
Yeah, I'm not.
Right.
Yeah, so I pretty much snitched, and it just went all over the place. And y'all feel me?
So I did read somewhere that you always wanted to be an entertainer, right?
Yes.
But you didn't know how to go about it.
That's true. I always knew that I wanted to be entertaining in some form. I initially wanted to be a newscaster, you know, reading off a teleprompter. Girl, I loved reading. I was like popcorn when the teacher said it. I'm the one like, you know. So I was like, I gotta entertain somehow. And then social media came about and just literally made a whole new lane for entertainers to start showing off their talents, and I used it to my advantage, and thank God I hit it before it went crazy, because now everybody want to do it instead of going to college, girl, you know?
Was that the plan, though, or were you just having fun at first?
I was having fun, and I just had so much time on my hands that I just started creating. You know, I had a huge imagination, still do, and I just literally started broadcasting my thoughts out loud, and apparently there was people who was entertained by my awkward thoughts.
No, don't say apparently. People have to always tell you were funny.
You know, they did, but I was funny in like a nerdy way. Mm-hmm. You know, it was like, when people would hear my thoughts, they'd be like, that girl is crazy, you know? But it was one of those things like, she's weird too, you know? But nowadays, it's cool to be weird. You know, all the kids who was weird back in the day, they the ones who got money, so.
When that first video went viral, what was that like, that feeling?
Girl, my armpits was itching, my hands was sweating. You know, it was a good time. Next thing you know, people started pointing at me saying, aren't you that girl? And I'm like, yeah, you know, I was so hyped. Getting recognized for something from social media that went all over the place, it was cool. That was the biggest accomplishment I had to date. You know, it was one thing to be recognized in your family for being the first to go to college and all that extra stuff and doing good, but I started doing great. You know, recognition is a huge thing when it's outside of the people who's supposed to recognize you. You know what I'm saying? So it was amazing, seriously.
That's great. And that's when you knew, like, okay, I'm gonna make some money off of this.
No, I didn't know it just
really?
yet. No, hell no. Can I say that? No, I wasn't sure, my bad. I wasn't sure just yet. I just knew, like, okay, well, I'm probably going to be one of those people who got all the followers but don't got a check, because we seen that too. I would be so shook being in Atlanta, seeing so many influencers who I knew working at Foot Locker, you know? And I was like, well, at least they popping online. That's what counts, you know?
Right.
So
a little boost mentally.
Yes.
Right.
So I was just like, okay, I'm going to go ahead and just keep on going. I don't know what's going to happen, but I know if I keep on putting in work, something is bound to happen. So eventually, like I said, the bookings were happening, but they were not consistent. Mm-hmm. One thing about social media and the culture that I was coming up in, it's cancel culture. So they'll love you while you hot, but soon as, you know, you're not no more and content slow down, so do the checks, you know? So I was like, I ain't leaving this job until I know that I got it. And finally, I ended up low-key getting fired, child. And I was like, well, I guess I ain't got no choice but to go hard.
Because you weren't working, right? You were on Instagram.
I was working, you know, I was doing a little bit of work, but I wasn't doing as much work as what he wanted. So he hired somebody to come and micromanage us, because he was like, something ain't right here. And he was right, you know, so I ended up just saying, okay, since I got to leave from here, I was like, I don't want to go work another job. I was literally like doing interviews for other jobs, girl, and nothing was coming through. And I was shooting for $40,000 a year. That's all I wanted, but I could not get anything else because they were like, you don't have enough experience. You know, you need to have 7 years experience, even though you just got your college degree a year ago. And I was like, I can't get with it. So anyways, I just kept going, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to look at people who are doing it and figure out what I have to do. So I started creating content for YouTube. I started advising people on how to create their content for a check. I started writing skits for people, you know, so they could do it for a check. It was different ways that I was making money behind the scenes. And I even was like telling people what they should do, girl, making money, you know, people doing the social media, commercials, all kinds of stuff. And I never even touched on that until today because, you know, I wouldn't tell who I did it for, but it's one of those things like, how can I make this work for me? Instagram does not pay you to do content. So people be feeling like when you got 1 million followers, you done made it. No, half of them, all of us be broke when you got 1 million.
I like how you switch that up. You're like, no, I'm not
broke anymore. Right? You know, so thank God, yeah, no, I'm not shading nobody. It's true. You know, So I say that to say I figured out how to strategically make my platform work for me. People see that you have it and it's like, okay, cool, but how can I benefit somebody else? I'll tell you, but you're gonna have to pay me.
I feel you. I know you said you're not going to tell us who you were writing jokes for, but did any of them go viral? Your work go viral and it's somebody else
a couple.
Really?
Yeah, of course.
I'm dying to know. Will you tell me after?
Maybe,
Okay,
girl.
all right, let's see how this goes. All right. No, I want to talk about the work, kind of like the work that goes into being a social media comedian, some of your videos, because they look simple, but I know better than that.
I'm happy that you know that. It is a lot of work, you know. It's a lot of work, especially nowadays, because there's so many things that the internet has seen that it's like you gotta get creative with it. For example, I had did the Met Gala outfit, and literally the most recent, the theme was camp, and that really meant something from like the dance scene, you know, from the houses and all that for the community, but the first thing I thought when I heard camp was literally camping outside. So, and I think that's what everybody else thought.
Right.
You know, did y'all think that? Yes. So I was like, you know what? I am going to go ahead and do what everybody else is thinking. So, girl, I had to run to Walmart while the show was on. Okay, I picked up a camp. I picked up some off, girl. I bought a lantern. You know, I had to go ahead and add the sound effects. Girl, it took me probably like 45 minutes to go ahead and create my whole outfit in a matter of doing it before the show ended so I could still be on time. One of the things I pride myself on is doing it before anybody else can touch it. Because with millions of people in the world, it's like a lot of people think alike. And then, God forbid, somebody else do it first. It's like, you copying them, but it's like, no, we just really think alike. You know, so it's very much so hard work creating content, creating the items that you're doing for the content. Just yesterday, the PR box that Beyonce sending out to everybody with Ivy Park. She's sending this huge orange box to everybody. Girl, I had to go find orange construction paper, and I literally take piece by piece of paper to create this huge box illusion that looked super tacky, but it worked, you know? So it's like, you gotta be creative, you gotta go get materials to bring your vision to life, and you just gotta go with it. So it is a lot of work that goes into that 45-second clip. It could be 45 minutes that creates that 45 seconds.
I love that. How do you pick? You know what I mean? Because a lot of your work now, it's all topical. It's like what people are talking about. It's what's in the news.
Yes.
How do you pick? Like, you know, this is what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to make fun of.
I play it safe now. You got to play it safe because the world's so sensitive nowadays. You know, so I go with stuff that's super general, won't offend anybody, but stuff that's very much so relevant, you know, and stuff that everybody knows about. I like to touch on topics that's bigger than just, you know, what Black people know about, stereotypically, because I feel like I'm trying to be more so universal with it. So anything that's super popular and everybody knows about it, I feel like I should go ahead and talk about it. And that's a small tip to how people can actually go viral. Whatever is trending in that moment, do your idea on it because it'll have a chance to carry itself out, you know?
So you mentioned cancel culture earlier. You mentioned people being sensitive. Has there been anything that's put you on that edge? People try to cancel you?
All the time.
Really?
Yes, girl, because I don't give finna. I always talk about, I make jokes about a whole bunch of things all the time. And I think a lot of stuff is funny. I hardly take anything serious. So, hey, a lot of them had people get mad at me about comments in the shade room. They're like, that's not funny. And I'm like, but it was funny, you know? And it's just like, anytime it's funny because on your way up, they'll literally be like, oh, she's so good, she's talented, the world gotta see her. But as soon as you get to, you know, what they think is the top, it's like, okay, she getting too cocky, she need to calm down, you know? And I think that's the epitome of the cancel culture. They wanna build you up and then tear you down. They always like to be a part of something, whether it's growth or the destruction, which is kind of sad. But Yeah, I've had my run-ins, but I try to play it safe nowadays.
I was just going to ask you that. But are there
I
things
do
that
try
you
to-
won't touch now that you
Absolutely.
would have before?
That I would have before. Well, I've never felt the need to like. One thing I've never done. I don't talk about people's kids. I don't ever think that's funny. I did something. It was bad, but there was. I don't even know if I want to say it because it'll bring back, you know,
The
bad memories of
memories.
people. But let's just say whatever they post in like blogs and stuff, I'll put my 1 cent and people will be like, they'll be all up under there like, she's not even funny, she's ugly, that's not, you know. And I'm just like, calm down, you know? So, yeah.
Your Instagram bio, it says, don't Google me. Check my IMDb.
Yes, girl. Yes. Because I'm an actress.
Yes, talk to me about the switch
Yes.
from social media
Yes.
You're an actress.
Yes, I am. Shout out to Boomerang Season 2. Super excited about that. And shout out to Lena Waithe. Yes. Shout out to Lena Waithe for giving me the opportunity to do it. That was a blessing. So I say that in my bio because a lot of times, because I started from social media, people try to keep me in that realm of being just a social media influencer. And it's offensive, you know. I don't say it when they address me as such, but I mean, it's offensive to anybody who is a social media influencer saying just in front of it because there's work that goes into that. You know, working a 9 to 5, you work those regular hours, you on the clock, then you off the clock. When you're an influencer, you on the clock 24/7, you know, and you're investing more in yourself than you do for anybody else. So anyways, I say check my IMDb because yes, you're here on my Instagram looking at these skits, but in addition to this, look at how much I've put in work to be on these TV shows that I'm on. I've been on Claws, you know, I've been on Boomerang, I've done features on the Black Lady Sketch Show. Like, I've done so much more than just what you're seeing on this Instagram. So think twice before you say, oh, she's just a social media person, because I've put in enough work to where you can kind of respect that and stop trying to diminish what I've worked so hard to do.
Do you want to shake that, kind of that title of social media comedian, or do you embrace it?
I embrace it.
You do.
It's very much so a part of how I've got to be where I am today. And I don't mind people saying that at times, but if you're going to say it, go ahead and tack on the other titles. You know what I mean? You can call me a social media influencer, but say social media influencer and actress if you must, you know? Just don't forget the other things that I do, you know? So yeah, acting, the IMDb is legit.
Hello.
And I'm adding on more to it. You know, I got a whole team behind me. You know, girl, I got the attorney, I got my manager, I got my agents. You know, I have so much more to where it's like I'm official now. Like, run me my respect.
Okay. How did you land the role on Boomerang?
That was a good one. So landing a role on Boomerang, it was not easy.
Okay.
Because I was told that I did amazing in the audition room. First of all, the backstory of it. I met Lena at the MTV Movie and TV Awards. And when I met her, I ran up to her and told her how much of a fan that I was because she had the shy at the time. And I was just like, girl, you're everything. And she was like, you're everything. And I was like, huh? You know,
like, you know me?
Yeah. And she was like, not many people make me laugh on social media, but you make me laugh. She gave me her number, and girl, I texted her right while I was looking at her next to her just to make sure it was for real, because if she ain't looked down at the phone, I was like, she done gave me a fake number. Don't even get excited. You know, but it was legit. She was like, we gonna work. You know, so when she told me she was a big fan of me, I said, girl, put me on TV then. So a couple months later, I hit her up just touching bases. It was about 3-4 times. And she pretty much was like, come in, I got an audition for you. Something I always tell people is when you network, you increase your net worth. Don't be afraid to talk to people. Don't be afraid to tell people what you do. A lot of people might just ignore you, but one day somebody gonna hear you, you know? Yeah, for real. So
That's hard to do, though.
it is hard, especially because everybody's networking, but you gotta choose a way to set yourself apart. for example, when people see rappers, they automatically want to go up to them and start rapping. Yes. Everybody has done that. You got to think of a different way. You know, like you got to be different. If you go up to a rapper and call them by their whole name and then tell them I love your story and tell them something that other people haven't told them before, they're going to be like, dang.
And then rap.
No. Tell them a little bit about yourself and tell them why y'all got stuff in common, but make sure it ain't at a restaurant while they trying to eat. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? You got to be strategic. So, anyways, back to the audition. Literally went into the room. They was laughing. I said, oh, I didn't get it. And I walked out the room.
Why did you think that you didn't get it? They were laughing.
I never know people to laugh in the audition room. They're supposed to be, you know, stone-faced and all serious. And then later on...
But you're funny.
I wasn't trying to be funny. I wasn't trying to be funny. And the role was like, it was kind of serious in that moment, but they was laughing and I was like, okay. So, yeah, but it took a while for them to tell me I officially had it because the higher-ups, they later told me they did not want me to have the role.
Why?
Because I was known on social media. And they felt like because I was a social media person, I couldn't really do it. I wasn't a real actress.
Wow.
And it was cool because when I ended up going to the dinner with the actual company, Paramount, that does Boomerang, the guy, one of the people had pulled me to the side and he said, Lala, look, I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't want to bring you onto the show. And I was like, oh, he's bold. And when he was like, I didn't want to bring you onto the show, I was like, all right, go on, because I don't know what you're saying right now.
Something changed.
Yeah.
Right.
And he was like, he said, I wanted you to know, he said, you didn't have a regular resume. He said, you didn't have history as an actress. And I felt that. You know, and he was like, but Lena and Robbie Reed, they fought for you.
Wow.
And Robbie Reed, I don't know if y'all know who she is, but she's everything. Doing run-ins with Spike Lee and everything back in the day. So it's like the fact that they fought for me and they was like, we're not doing it unless y'all bring her on board. He said, I'm glad that they fought for you because you're my favorite person on the show. And I was like,
that's great.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, that's huge.
So the conversation started off rough, but it ended well, right?
I knew he had a purpose. Right. I hope he had a purpose.
You were hoping for it, right?
Yeah, girl, because I was like, all right, what you about to say after this? You know what I mean? So yeah, it was cool. And I'm just glad that somebody took a shot on me. But it wouldn't happen if I wouldn't have stayed consistent.
Well, I'm glad you did. You are my favorite on the show.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're like your homegirl who's funny, and it's different from what you see on your Instagram, but still funny.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm happy that you made the, you know, separation between the two. A lot of people be like, you're literally the same person. I'm like, they different to me. Yeah. The funny thing is my social media, what people don't get is that's all a character on Instagram too.
Right.
You know, it's very much so a character. Like, yes, I'm Lala and that is a part of me, but when you see me 24/7, I'm not like, you know what I mean? Like, that's what people expect. I have the most random stories of people, you know, trying to play who I don't even know. And they're like, why are you being so serious? And I'm like, you don't know me. Like, you know, I know you see me online, but I'm human.
Can we talk about you being overlooked for beauty campaigns? Because you said companies didn't think you represented commercial beauty.
Yes. Ooh, child. Look at that picture. Look, I'm cute. Yes, so it was one of those things to where because I'm the funny girl, you know, and I'm comfortable with taking my wig off and being on camera without makeup, because I never portrayed like the dressing up, doing glam and all that just to go on camera to do a skit. A campaign who had worked with my team for other people, they were like, we just don't see her as a beauty girl. So initially I was offended, girl. I was like, what? Like, I know how to be cute, like, but it's like, I couldn't get mad at them for not seeing that because I didn't portray it online. You know, I literally just portrayed being comfortable. So I took that and I basically told myself, you know what? I have to show them that I'm capable of being a beauty girl as well. Then I started posting glamour shots, you know, started doing campaigns, and that's when I ended up landing my campaign with Savage X Fenty. So they didn't want to pay me, but Savage X Fenty did, and hey, I came out. Yes.
So you flipped it just by, okay,
Yes.
got it. This is how you see me. I'm going to
Yes.
show you something else.
Yes, and that's the cool thing. A lot of people, they get offended, but they don't ever do anything about it. What's the point of being offended by what somebody say if you're not going to change it, if it matters? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So when they told me that they didn't see me for beauty, I was like, you know what? I don't have a direct person who I could cuss out. So I'm going to go ahead and just change.
You're going to channel that energy.
I'm going to change that negative into a positive, and I'm going to go ahead and let somebody else pick up on the opportunity. And that's exactly what happened, girl. I'm happy they said that, though, for real, because now I got so many other beauty campaigns coming out. They bless me.
Okay.
Yeah.
You recently attended the Golden Globes.
I did.
Right? Was that fun?
Girl, fun. That was so much money in the room. That was so much money. It was so good. Like, and when I say so much money, I mean talent, accolades, award winners. This is the elite, you know? And it's crazy because...
And you're there in the mix.
Girl, yes. I was shook. Like, I don't get nervous often no more. I don't. So I know whenever I am nervous that I'm in a place I've never been before. That was the best nervousness I've experienced lately, you know? And it was so good. Like, I'm literally next to all these huge people, and they're all friendly. None of them are stuck up. None of them are, you know, arrogant. They're all just humble human beings, and it was the coolest experience ever, you know? I got to meet Eddie Murphy. Girl.
Right.
Girl, I was just like, Jesus Christ. Like, and it's funny because a lot of times you see people who you've seen when growing up and you'll be like, they're just how I imagined. And it's funny because Eddie Murphy, I did not imagine him to be like that. He's literally, like, the voice. I don't know if y'all pay attention to voices and stuff when people talk. Apparently, I have a distinctive voice.
Apparently.
Yeah, I hear that a lot. But when he talks, he literally talks like how he be talking, you know, with his character. And it was so cool. Like, all of his characters have that, you know, underlying voice. Just like Tyler Perry. Madea, you still hear, you know, Tyler Perry, you still hear Madea.
For sure.
You know? And that's the same with Eddie Murphy. So, girl, I was blown away. Like, so many, with so many people. Leonardo DiCaprio. Like, just, girl, it was too much.
It was too much.
It was too much.
You know, you seem like a confident person. I imagine you always, like, believed in yourself. But did you ever imagine when you got this started that you were going to go from Instagram to the red carpet, the Golden Globes?
No, I didn't. No. A lot of people be like, I knew this was going to happen.
Yes.
It was destined. No.
No idea.
I had no idea.
I love your honesty.
I'm just very much so, like I said, one of those people who I believe in consistency will get you wherever you're trying to go. People always ask me, so what are you trying to do next? To be honest, I don't know. I have no idea. But I know as long as I keep on putting in work, everything that I didn't even know I wanted is going to happen for me. You know, so I didn't necessarily say I want to be at the Globes, but I got to be there because I was consistent, you know? So no, I did not see any of this happening. And I don't even know what the heck is going to happen this year, girl, but when I get there, I'm going to be like, I prepared for this because I was consistent.
Yes. Yes. You talk about that a lot, preparation. What have you learned about yourself, like on this kind of rise to fame?
I've learned that I'm stronger than I thought. I've learned that there's a lot of girls who are just like me. There's a lot of people who are just like me. You know, oftentimes I meet so many people who say, Lala, thank you for being you. And I'm like, what you mean? Like, and they like, I'm the same way. Believe it or not, I was a shy kid. It's funny because I didn't even know until, you know, this, you know, moment of fame, different things like that started happening. My mom was like, it's so crazy because you used to be so shy. But apparently all the shyness that I didn't know I had I was really like doing all that talking in my head, come to find out. I was really always just out loud in my head, which sounds crazy, but apparently a lot of people tell me now, like in my inbox, people from school, you used to be so shy. And I'm like, dang, so all that personality was in my head. That's crazy.
You thought you were so...
I did.
Yeah.
I thought I was popping. I really did. Like, I remember, you know, being cool and stuff, but no, it was all in my head. You know, so now it's just I'm older and that shyness went away. And, you know, now it's just being put out loud. I'm just being me out loud.
What do you think has given you more confidence?
Once I came to the conclusion that I am me and I will forever be me and there's no change in that, what's the point of not being confident? You know? Yeah. A lot of people be all, I could sit here and put on labels, clothes, but when the clothes come off, that confidence leaves, you know? So it's like, I need something to be internalized, and that's just what it is. I am unapologetically me. I live in my truth. I love myself. And I feel like because all of those things are the case for me, that makes me a natural magnet for anybody who feels and wants the same thing for themselves.
Yeah. So I want to know what else you have going on that we should be looking forward to.
Of course, like I said, Boomerang Season 2.
Yes.
I'm super excited about that simply because, honey, this season I got range. Like, literally, my character, Tia Reed, she's a lesbian. She's very much so pro-woman. She's always fighting for women's rights. She specifically hones in on rights for strippers. I'm a stripper. You know, I'm so excited about that because I ain't got no fake butt, I ain't got no implants, you know, so I get to show the other side of being a dancer for the girls who aren't necessarily seen as one. They exist. I'm super excited about that. And also, I'm just excited about other stuff as far as being on more carpets, whether I'm being a correspondent or whether I'm being interviewed, just being in new scenes. The Golden Globes was one. You know, I'm looking forward to all the other awards shows that are coming up. And also being able to create my own product for people to go ahead and get into. So
you're making money in a bunch of different channels.
Yes, girl. Seven streams.
I love that. What's your advice for someone who wants to be an entertainer, you know, wants to make it in this business, but doesn't know how to start? Kind of like where you were.
Yeah, I would say consistency. I've been saying that throughout this whole interview, girl. Being consistent gets people so much further than what they think. There's so many people who aren't talented, or according to, you know, spectators, who aren't that funny, who ain't even that good. But guess what? They was consistent. And because of that, they're getting further than the people who have talent and who are, you know, and feeling entitled. You're not putting in the work, so you're not getting what you want. You know, when you're consistent and you keep putting out work, somebody, whether they see it or you end up making it happen for yourself, consistency trumps everything, I swear. It does.
That's great. This has been such a great conversation. We're all laughing. I want to thank my guest, Lala Milan, for sharing her story with us.
Thank you. Thank you.
You know? Thank you to everyone watching us at home. And don't forget, you can catch us anywhere. And of course, thank you to our amazing studio audience.
Thank you, audience. Y'all was good.
Up next is On the 7 with Dr. Sean. He's sitting down for a one-on-one with Holly Carter. And don't forget, in honor of Martin Luther King Day, it's on Monday. Be sure to tune in to Fox Soul for a special live stream commencement service. It starts at 7 a.m. Pacific, 10 a.m. Eastern. But for now, up next, we have an exclusive Fox Soul interview with Dr. Bernice King. Stay tuned.
On MLK Day, thousands of people will visit the King Center to learn more about your father's life and legacy, to honor him.
Every year, in fact, people come from all over the world to the King Center. It's kind of a pilgrimage of sorts for people. Perhaps many of them are coming just for hope. You know, in this climate that we're living in now, a lot of, polarization, divisiveness, people want hope. And my father has been kind of that symbol of hope to so many people across the world, and inspires people, in fact, to get involved, to make a difference in our world. So this is a wonderful way to start the year with the King holiday. It elevates our consciousness and puts us on the right path.
Well, this is also a wonderful opportunity for you all to educate these visitors on your father's teachings, his philosophy.
It is, and although we don't do it directly here on our campus, every year, at least for the last 2 years, we've done 2-hour introductions to our nonviolence education and training. That 2 hours affords them an opportunity to get just a small taste of my father's philosophy and methodology, or what we say his way of thinking and way of acting, to bring about social change, but also to bring about, interpersonal change. Because as we know, conflict is a part of everyday life.
Millions of people honor your father on MLK Day, but there was a time when your father was not revered in this country. Your mother actually championed and worked towards the federal holiday coming into being.
She made such an extraordinary sacrifice on a daily basis to what she called institutionalize his legacy. I tell people all the time, he was one of the most hated men in America when he was assassinated, but now he's one of the most revered and iconic persons in the world, and loved in the world. So you go from being hated in one nation to being loved, including in this nation, across the world. And that can only happen when somebody champions your legacy day by day, which, she did, and it was a part of her. People need to understand Coretta Scott King didn't come to be because of Martin Luther King Jr. She was already a leader in her own right, an activist in her own right, a part of the peace movement.
How can we best honor your father's legacy on MLK Day?
That particular day at the beginning of every year gives us an opportunity to redouble our efforts, to reassess our, commitment and our progress, and to analyze what is it that we need to do differently if we're not moving along fast enough. The things he left for us in terms of his teachings are things that are essential and critical to creating the world that I think most people want. Most people want a just, humane, and peaceful society wherever they live in the world. Most want the freedom to prosper, the freedom to peacefully coexist, and the freedom to participate in government. I'd look at it as a benchmark. Instead of looking at it as a day, we ought to look at it as a lifetime, and measuring our progress and our personal commitment to his legacy.
Hey everyone, Donnie Arrell here from the Mike and Donnie Show. Be sure to catch our show every night, 11 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific. But for now, enjoy a few laughs.
One thing though about being a nurse is that every time I go on a date with somebody, they want to know if they can get some medicine. Dudes hey, you think you can give me some Vicodin, some Oxycontin, some promethazine and codeine, anything. And then there's other guys, hood dudes, thugs, they always want extraordinary stuff. One guy was like, ooh, Talita, we've been dating for about 3 months now. You think you could bring a brother the clear machine home? The clear machine? He's like, clear? You mean the defibrillator?
When I first moved to New York City 10 years ago, I went to the lady at the pretzel stand at LaGuardia Airport. And I said, excuse me, ma'am, am I in Brooklyn or Queens? And this was her response. Get out my face, bitch! Which is super weird, but What was even weirder than that was that she was Korean. I was like, oh my God.
Good evening, everybody. It's Friday. It is Friday, and I'm excited about it. Welcome to Feel Good Fridays on the 7 with Dr. Sean. You are here for a conversation that you will not forget. Tonight, you know, I like to talk to people who are innovators. I like to talk to people who have done things that most people don't consider. I'm not interested in the mundane and the usual. I like people whose minds and imaginations take them out of the box. Tonight, we're going to talk to a woman who has done that. She has reimagined what faith can mean and how it can relate to the culture, and how you can wed two things together that some people say have nothing to do with each other. She did that. And not only did she do it, she did it so well that now the world comes to her to figure out how they should do it. It's an amazing conversation we're going to have tonight. Dr. Holly Collar is here tonight, and I'm looking forward to talking to her, because I want somebody watching to realize that you don't have to go beyond yourself to understand how you can be successful. Just dig into the details of your own story. Somewhere in your story is what you need to become the thing you're trying to become. And so we're going to talk to Dr. Holly Carter tonight. But before we do that, let's do some headlines. Is that all right? We do some headlines? So 6 female Georgia state representatives have taken historic action by filing a bill that would hold police officers accountable for shooting black people. I'm excited about that. Matter of fact, they should get a standing ovation, all 6 of them. These dear sisters have done what I believe should have been done a long time ago. They represent, I think, a coming to terms with something that this nation needs to deal with. And that is, if you let somebody get away with killing somebody, they're going to keep right on killing you. That's kind of how that works. You know, you have to go to jail for killing someone. Shouldn't the police have to go to jail for what they do? You know what I'm saying? They should live under the same penalty that we live under. And I promise you, if you start arresting officers for killing people, you know, unarmed people, shooting people in the back while they're trying to run away, I promise you those killings and police terrorism will diminish exponentially. Because when you associate a penalty or accountability to behavior, people seem to be able to correct themselves. Yeah. So listen, let me be clear about this. I'm not anti-police. I'm just anti-police killing black people. And I think at the end of the day, I have every right to be anti-police killing black people. And this story isn't just about the legislation. And it isn't just about the police. I salute these 6 legislators, and I think that all over the country, black legislators should submit and file bills to do the same thing in every state throughout the union. But this story is deeper than that, because it's about whether or not you and I have the courage and the wherewithal to put limits and boundaries on people and to hold people accountable when they seek to destroy our humanity. Here, let me say it this way. Stop letting people get away with hurting you. Stop it. Stop it. Stand up for yourself and learn that it's okay to tell people no. It's okay to tell people no. No, absolutely not. Because at the end of the day, you don't end up hating them when you don't say no. You end up hating yourself. You end up hating yourself because you realize at some point you compromised the best of who you were. You said yes when you should have said no. So let's practice. Let's practice. Can I borrow your car? No. Can I move into your apartment? No. Can I borrow some money? No. Can I date you and sleep with other people? Hell no. 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 Don't let anybody make you feel bad because you have a limit to what you're willing to tolerate. You know, what did Maya Angelou say? You teach people how to treat you. And we're doing it every day. People are watching how we treat ourselves and what we will accept, what we'll deal with, and they learn from that what they can get away with. Any relationship without boundaries is like an ocean without beaches. When the moon comes out and the tide is high and the water starts running, you in trouble. I'm done with that. Hey, it's Feel Good Friday, and I got a story that if this don't make you feel good, there's something wrong with you. Did you hear about the grandmother who rushed back into a burning home to save her grandson? She was in the hospital with second-degree burns. She's finally out of ICU. She's still in the hospital, but she got out of ICU. And tonight, I want to celebrate Sister Edwina Cavanis Bay for being extraordinary with her courage and extraordinary with her love. This is an amazing story, and I'm so happy that she's getting better. Can you imagine running back into that house? You know what I'm saying? Running back into that house to save her grandson. I tell you this all the time on my show. Black women are amazing. Absolutely amazing. And let me tell you something. Don't come between a black woman and her child or her grandchild, because you're going to be in trouble. This story is so rich, so juicy with wisdom, because it shows us at the end of the day that this isn't about the fire. No, it wasn't because the house was on fire that she ran back into the building. It was because she loved her grandson. And that's what love does. You know somebody loves you when they're willing to run back in the house that's on fire to get you. Because let me assure you, sex won't do that. Sex is not going to run back in a burning building to get you. Sex is going to go down the street and find somebody else to sex with. Yeah, that's what makes it love. If somebody's not willing to sacrifice for you, not willing to be inconvenienced for you, not willing to shed part of their comfort for you, then be careful. Don't call that love. It might be a strong case of like or a deep case of lust, but don't call it love, because at the end of the day, love will never leave you the way it finds you. Let me help you tonight. I'm done, but let me help you tonight. In this country, we are so committed to sex, but sex is the clown of love. Sex is what love laughs at. It is the joke that love tells itself. At the end of the day, this dear blessed grandmother shows us what love is really all about. So shout out to Miss Edwina and to all the women who love us enough to run back into hot situations to save their sons. All right, if you're watching tonight, please, 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 please be a part of the conversation. I want you to tweet us at Fox Soul TV. I want you to talk to us on the website. I want you to be a part of this conversation. Call us 866-FOX-SOUL. However you're watching me right now, I want you to be a part of this conversation. I have an innovator here tonight. I have somebody who has really taken the reins of her life and done something incredible with it. She's redefined an industry. An entire industry now understands itself because of what she's done. And I brought her here tonight so that you could be exposed to what I think rising greatness looks like. Now, she's got a lot more work to do, a lot of living to do, a lot of accomplishments to make. But already, she is worthy of our respect. Would you help me welcome to the program Dr. Holly Carter. Hey, Dr. Holly. I have you up. How you doing?
I'm well, thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me.
How are you doing?
I'm well.
You look great.
Thank you.
You look great. So, you feeling good? It's Friday.
Yes, thank God.
You live in LA?
I do.
You were born and raised here, huh?
Yeah.
You know, I couldn't wait to talk to you because I have watched many of the programs and shows that you've been a part of. And I had no idea I was watching your work. And I guarantee you, a lot of people who are watching tonight have watched your work and didn't know that you were the one who sort of came up with these ideas. Now, I'm going to get to that, but I want the audience to understand, I said this in the intro, that to be successful, you don't always have to step out of your comfort zone or out of who you are. Sometimes what you need to be successful is in your story. You brought together faith and entertainment. And what I want the audience to understand is What part of that marriage of faith and entertainment comes out of your story?
Well, my father was an entertainer for years, an international entertainer. And then one day the Lord said, okay, enough of that. I need you to come on this side. And he began pastoring a community, a homeless community. And so because he had the entertainment side and the faith side, it was just a natural inclination, proclivity, desire, you know, for me to pursue that. And there's a scripture that says, "Train up a child in the way they should go, and when they are older, they won't depart."
Apart from it,
but
yeah.
but the transliteration of that is train up a child in the way that they are bent, their natural proclivities, those things that they naturally do. And so I naturally did it, and that's kind of how it came to be.
See, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Because I think people think that the road to greatness and the road to success is not connected to their stories. And I have lived long enough now to know that if you're going to do anything significant and trailblazing and extraordinary, probably the seeds of it is in your house.
Right.
It's in your house as pain, or it's in your house as joy or relationship.
Right.
But if you ever want to go far, just go home.
That's right.
Just go home.
That's right. It was all in my house.
Yeah. So tell me about your house. Tell me about your mom and dad.
Well, both of my parents have gone on, and that's sad for me, being a mama's girl and a daddy's baby. That's where I had really, really great parents. They were the type of parents that showed up at every production, and so I would dance a little harder when I see my dad sitting on the front row. My dad was the one that he would spend the money, you know. Just buy it, Ruth. My mother's name was Ruth. My mom was a cheap one. She didn't ever want to spend no extra money, but my father was the one. And
Sound like my mother.
Yeah, well, as a result, I took my father's side on a lot of things. But they were great parents. They were huge supporters. They believed in me, and I'm doing what I'm doing because I had the support of my parents.
That's right. That's right. And we always, that's clappy. That's clappy. We always have to have somebody in the beginning of our lives who love us.
Yeah.
Right? Who protect us from all that life is trying to do.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you had that, because as you just said, you would not be on this show tonight were it not for the love and the protection and the guidance that they gave. And what I'm fascinated about, as relates to your story, is that you have almost, and I'm no expert on the business, right? So bear with me. But you've almost been in almost, as I see it, almost every part of this business, from casting, right, to representing clients, which we'll get to producing shows that millions of people watch, right, and movies. And all of that, the case that I'm making, all of that comes from this ability in your heart and your soul to weld together faith and entertainment, and not to see them as opposite. Because you and I, you seem like you grew up in the church, obviously.
Oh yeah.
And I'm a church boy. And you know, in certain traditions, you don't mix.
No.
You don't mix the world.
Especially my tradition. I'm Kojic.
Oh, the Grand Old.
Yeah, the Grand Old Church of God in Christ.
Because you can't join it.
Unless you've been born in it.
Now, for those of you who don't know what that is, Kojic is a sanctified holiness tradition where I think pantyhose might be a sin.
Yes. Yeah. Well, actually, without pantyhose is
That's
a sin.
the sin.
Right, that's the sin.
That's the sin.
Me in pants is the sin. But we have grown over the decades of the faith.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. And perhaps even more than that, that grounding, right?
Yeah.
Is where your ability to be at home in these two worlds come from.
Yes.
I'm so just tell me if I'm off. I'm so tired of people who think that they can only exist in one space. I one time I was my son's mom worked for PBS for a while, and she interviewed T.D. Jakes. Right after the interview, I had an opportunity to talk to him and meet him, and he didn't know me from Adam, but for whatever, he just felt like sharing his heart. And he said to me, he said, Doc, one of the things that annoys me about the church is that they lock me into being Bishop Jakes. And they don't realize that before I was Bishop Jakes, I was Thomas Dexter Jakes. He said, the hardest thing about religious people is that once they see you one way, they can't see you any other way.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. Has that been your experience?
Well, it started out being my experience. But, you know, being raised Kojic, when I felt like, I've always had that inkling or that proclivity to go into entertainment. But being raised in church, I was always nervous to cross over. So one day I knew that it was what I was supposed to be doing. So I went to my pastor at the time and I said, Pastor, is it a sin to cross over? And he said, no, it's not a sin to cross over as long as you take the cross over. And
okay.
Right. So
okay.
And so that's what I did. I was like, gotcha.
Yeah.
And that is what I will be doing. Now, it hasn't been easy.
Yeah.
When we did Preachers of LA, that was, you know, it started off a little bumpy because the church was like, what are you doing?
Right.
But it was the first time I was able to give a platform to the church in a way where you haven't seen before. And my intention was never to exploit or to expose. It was to show that men of the cloth are human beings and that they too have trials and triumphs and that they cry and they aspire. But we would never know because we're so busy holding them to this, you know, this rule that you cannot make a mistake. And so it celebrated a lot of the church. It celebrated a lot of different ways in which people pastor, but it was also an opportunity for me to show the church to Hollywood in a way to expose the body of Christ so that they see we can do great television too without being ratchet.
So that's good. That's good, Dr. Carter. That's good. But and I want to talk about the Preachers of LA. But before I do that, there's a whole generation watching and sitting out there right now who grew up watching the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, and you did casting for that show.
Yes.
And for Martin.
Yes.
Yeah, you did casting for that show. So talk to me about what it was like to be a part of these iconic television shows, you know, that at the time, I don't know if you knew what they were going to turn into.
No, I didn't. I worked with the queen of casting. Her name is Monica Swan. She, her brother was actually my pastor, Bishop Ron Gibson, at the time. But I learned everything from her. She was a very seasoned woman, and watching how she dealt with the producers and the talent, I just would sit back and glean. And my job was to bring the talent to the door, get them in there ready for the casting director, and then I was set back. But the great thing was building relationships with the talent and the producers, because I was aspiring even then. When I was a casting assistant, I was like, I want to do what you're doing. Or maybe I don't. Maybe I want to do something other than what you're doing. But at least I'm getting a chance to see how this all works and how it all works together. So being in the environment was aspirational for me. And it also taught me a lesson about gatekeepers. I was an assistant, and I have learned you must always respect the gatekeeper, because one year he's got the gate, he's guarding the gate, but next year he's gonna have the key. And if you disrespect him in that role, you ain't got nothing coming when he elevates. And so I've been always careful.
That's rich.
Yeah.
That's a very important point, because I think people, especially in LA,
yes,
people are so ambitious,
yes,
and so narcissistic.
That's right.
That they will run over you to get to their next opportunity, only to discover that when they get there, the person that they ran over is sitting behind the desk.
Right.
And
right.
You know what I'm saying? And
I guard relationships.
Say more about that.
In this business, there are two things that are incredibly important. One, the favor of God. Two, the relationships he gives you. And you can either destroy or cultivate relationships. And I have been, I have learned that people in your lives, they are either seasonal, reasonable, or they are sent there for one specific reason. And it is your responsibility to know what that reason is and who they are to your life. And for me, in the business, I'm like, this is a relationship that I need to manage and maintain. Right now is for a season. But when it becomes something else, God always reveals it to you. And I had the worst incident happen that was such a beautiful learning experience. At the time, I was doing The Gospel. That was my first movie that I had ever done. Yeah. And I was working with Will Packer and his partner at the time. And we had just did The Gospel. It was, they were gonna do it as a direct-to-DVD movie. But it came out so amazing that they were like, oh my God, this is amazing. The people in the Sony offices, they're getting goosebumps, they're listening to the songs, they wanna know what this God thing is. And I was like, awesome, this is great. So the movie, we made it for $4 million, it made 17. And at the time, that was like unheard of. And they weren't doing gospel movies. So after the success of it, I take Will and I'm like, now, that was a really great thing that we did. And so what we're gonna do now is we're gonna go to Amy Pascal. And he was like, well, what about Clint? Clint? No, we've already did what we need to do with Clint. We're going to Amy. So he says, okay. So I pick up the phone and yes, this is Holly Carter, or Davis at the time, Holly Davis, and Will Packer and I, we just finished The Gospel. And so I want to set a time for Will to meet you. She was like, okay, we'll get back to you. By the time they got back to us, they sent us right back to Clint Culpepper. Clint Culpepper set Will down and he says, let me tell you something. She's not wise because she was gonna jump over me to go to my boss when she should have came right to me. So I think you need to get rid of her. And guess what? He got rid of her. And when I tell you, that was probably one of the best lessons in relationship management that I could have ever learned. And so I pass that to everybody. Don't disrespect the relationship, certainly that got you to the point A.
Right. They got you in the door.
Got us in the door.
And now you just gonna act like they.
I don't know you. Please, honey, I done already made a movie that made 17 million. I don't need you. All right.
But that's integrity, right?
Yes.
That's integrity. And
yes.
and most people don't have. Could you do me a favor? Could you move your
yes.
Because it's hitting the mic.
Oh, sure.
And they're yelling at me.
They're yelling. Okay.
So, but that's integrity, because at the end of the day, if you are not motivated by being a good person, then the pursuit of money will take over everything.
Every time.
And I look, you and I just met, but I kind of feel like you a kindred spirit. I can bet you all the money in both of our pockets. We both know people who destroyed their opportunities because they was greedy.
Yes, that's true.
Because they was greedy.
They were greedy.
And life was opening the door, and they wanted the whole house before they were ready.
That's very true. That's very true. I learned a valuable lesson. And now you talk to people about me regarding relationships, and the one thing they say is, she's a loyal person. She's a person that...
That's rich.
But I had to learn.
That's rich. That's rich.
I had to learn.
Is that a part of what you want? Because I want to go back to the television stuff. But is that a part of what you want your legacy to be?
Oh yeah, a part of my legacy is being able to inspire people to dig down, find their gift, stir it up, and then use it to impact culture so that it affects generations to rise up and do the same. Because I've been taught that, when we have to live out our destiny, because people are waiting for us to do that. And when we don't do it, we're leaving somebody in a state of, well, if she can't do that, then I can't do this. So I need to make sure that my job is right along with my daughter, right along with the girls that I mentor at my church, right along with those who work alongside me, and the 12 women that encircle me. My job is to inspire, to be inspired, and then at the end of the day, to at least leave a part of a legacy that helps people rise up and realize who they are in God first, and then in the earth.
That's rich. That's rich. That's rich. Yeah, that's good. That's good. So we have an audience member that wants to ask a question or make a comment. Introduce yourself and tell us what you want us to know.
How you doing? My name is Siobhan. I wanted to know what was your main reasoning for telling these stories and trying to get to the mainstream, to get people to understand the message you were trying to convey.
I think the main reason why I tell the stories, you mean in television or now?
Just in general.
In general?
Either way you want to give it away.
I do it because I want others to be able to identify their purpose, and in doing so, again, impact others to, affect change in the earth. Because I feel like there's a scripture says that the whole world is yearning in anticipation for believers to rise up and do something that's going to impact culture. And that's my assignment.
It was interesting. Thank you. Thank you so much. Tell me, what kind of criticism did you get?
A lot.
When you, what are some of the things people said about the projects and maybe even about you when they didn't realize you could wed these two things together?
That's not saved. That's you worldly. God ain't in that.
That's so churchy.
Yeah, darkness and light don't mix. That's the word, but not on this, because there was purpose.
Right.
And that you better watch, what you're doing, because I don't think you're being God-led. And so listen, I hear everything, but I don't act on it, slow to speak, quick to hear, and prepared to respond when I need to.
That's wisdom. That's wisdom. I'm a firm believer if you spend most of your life responding to what people say about you, you won't ever get around to actually living the life you're supposed to live.
That's good.
And you embody that in this sense, because your first major, because you moved from casting to representing talent and artists, and your first major, as I understand it, artist was Usher.
Yes.
Right. So you represented Usher, and tell me how that happened.
How it really happened was, I wasn't married at the time. I was dating, and my boyfriend then said, "You should really get him because he's going to be a big star," and he was doing Make Me Wanna. And I was watching his video, and he stepped out of them shoes. When he stepped out of them shoes on Make Me Wanna, I was like, he done made me wanna. Let me find him. Let me find where he is. So I picked up the phone, and I called his mom, and who is now one of my best friends. And I appealed to her as at the time, single mom to single mom. Feel like I told her Usher had an ability. I felt like he can cross over into television and film, and if she would trust me, I would.
It's fine. They said it's fine.
Oh, okay. If she would trust me, I would work with her, and she didn't have to worry about anything because I was a legitimate and an integral woman. And 17 years later, or at this point, 26 years later, because we are all very close, and she's one of my best friends, and so we're still in business, in life, and in relationship together. But that was an interesting business because at the time, the bigger agencies didn't think I should have had him. So they went after him every which way but loose. But his mom is another woman that's very loyal and very strong. And so she was like, no, and didn't let it happen. And I was like, well, wait a minute, but we're gonna use their juice. I'll just make sure that I stay in the seat. And so that's what we did. But she was she was a strong fixture in our lives. But that relationship, we did so much business together. And having Usher as a client opened up a lot of the relationships that I still have to this day. Mainly because I wasn't a bull in the china cabinet when I had him. I managed the other relationships too, because I knew there would come a time when I either transitioned, he transitioned, and I still wanted to be able to knock on the door. And so that was a blessing for A, my business, and B, for me.
So as a representative, and forgive me, what did you do for him?
My job was to develop scripts, put him on television shows, put him in films. I mean, we did a lot together. You know, he did a lot of Miramax films. He did a kind of a episode arcs on Moesha. That was the first thing we did together, Moesha. I just thought I was everything. Oh, I got him the Moesha show. You know, there was nothing you couldn't tell me, because that was our first time, you know, really doing something like that. And it worked, because after Moesha, we was doing everything. Yeah, he did films for Fox, Light It Up. You know, he did something for Lionsgate. We had a lot of fun together. It was very profitable, and for many reasons. Yeah, profitable, yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, how would you describe that season of your life? Let's do this. I'm just something crazy.
Okay.
Just trust me. Describe that season in your life, that whole time when you came out of casting into representing clients. Describe it in terms of feelings.
Nervous, powerful, humbled, and sometimes, you know, worried. Worried in that you know, there are 4 big agencies, and they were always knocking at the door. And one time...
To take him?
Yes, yes. And one time they knocked at the door, and the door opened. And it opened because of how the business is and how they could create scenarios. That door opened, and it lasted for maybe 30 days, and the door closed, and they came right on back. But in the process of that time, I was like, oh, this is what it's like. Okay, I can't do this. I won't. I can't bake it on one. I've got to make sure that the floodgates have a way to get out, because that was a very fearful time. And I'll never forget, we were on our anniversary, and I opened up the magazine, and it says, Usher goes to blank. And I'm like, what? Now, I knew it was happening because there was things going on, but it just wrecked my heart. It just broke my heart. And I was like, I knew I shouldn't have felt like I was gonna keep this business. I'm a black girl in the business. Why should I have this? Who? And I went through that stage. But, you know, God brought me right on out, brought him right on back. You know, the whole situation.
In 30 days?
In 30 days.
So at the risk of reaching, what did he discover in 30 days?
The lie. The lie that they told. You know, but like I said, but beyond that, it grew into such a relationship that forget about the business. We grew, you know. His mom, like, she's my best friend. Outside of her, I have 2 best friends in this entertainment industry. Robbie Reed, who's a casting director. She started with me when I was very young in the business. And then Janetta Patton. And so we have shared, the 3 of us, separately so much. So when that happened, I was like, how do I handle this and still go forward? So there were 2 things in my life, in my career, that really changed me. He was one of them.
What was the other one?
Well, we ain't got there yet. I thought it was on your page, but I'll tell you now if you really want to know.
Yeah.
I was fired by a gospel act.
That ain't on my papers. I'm telling you, that ain't nowhere on the paper.
Okay.
Say more.
So let me tell you how this happened. It was such a beautiful lesson in hearing and being obedient to what you hear. And so it was one August, I was sitting in the car getting ready to work on something, and I heard the Lord clearly say, it's time. This season is up. You know, and I'm thinking, well, not yet. You know, I'm comfortable. This is kind of what I do. I've gotten comfortable in it, so I can hang a little longer. And so I didn't listen to him. I just kept on going. And come 3 months later, I was taken to breakfast. And we were at breakfast talking, and, you know, everything was going on. I was like, okay. So let's talk about the plan for next year. What do you guys want to do? You know, what's your vision? And the response was, well, we're moving on. And I'm like, huh?
Translation.
We're moving on. And, you know.
Without you.
Yes, without me. Yeah, without me. But with some other people that, you know, were connected to me. So we're moving on. And when I tell you that broke me down so bad because I was embarrassed, because, you know, although I work in the entertainment industry, I'm very, very involved in my church and in the gospel industry. So I was devastated.
Who was it?
I'm not going to tell you. And the reason why I'm not going to tell you is because I don't represent, but we have reconciled. They came back, they apologized, all of it. It's good. So we are in relationship now. But
which is even more reason why you can tell us.
No, I'm not telling you. No, but I will say this. One day you'll figure it out. You'll figure it out probably before we're done here. But what was beautiful about it was one of my intercessors said, here's what you need to do in this. You need to get rid of the offense. You need to forgive them, and you need to forgive yourself. And
yeah, that's good. That's good.
And she said, when you do, this is how it's going to happen. And when I tell you, it happened exactly the way she said it. That's exactly, when I let it go, when I said, God, whatever I had to do with this, I release it. Their decision is theirs. I forgive them, no matter how it was done. This situation, it is yours. When I did it, I got Preachers of LA. I got Fix My Choir. I got the Shears. Shows just started flowing out of the window. And the main reason why is when we are disobedient, we suffer the consequences. When we are obedient, we reap the consequences.
So, and that's good. So can I say something? Yeah. I think I know who it was.
Who was it?
And no, I'm not going to say it either. But I'm going to tell you a comparable story.
What?
Because they fired a background singer who has now become a huge soulful R&B act. So this group, it pays to be fired by them. Hey, fire me!
And God has blessed them. God has elevated them.
Absolutely.
And like I said, we are in relationship. Yeah. I share that testimony because it was so good for me. It was good for me that I was afflicted, because then I learned what I needed to do. You know what I'm saying? So that's, I mean, I don't fault them for anything, because it's like when they kicked me out, I was out in the wilderness, and God gave me a jacket, some shoes, and everything else that came along with it. But I had to learn my lesson.
I know that's right. Absolutely. I'm a firm believer that unless you fail, you are not worthy of success. Yeah. And you don't know what it means to embody it.
That's right.
And so that's a fascinating story. I did that. That's not on my cards.
Okay.
Now I got an audience question.
Okay.
And then I'm going to let you tell me some more stuff that's not on my cards.
Okay.
Tell us who you are. Tell us what you want us to know.
My name is Archie. Going back to you saying you had a lot of criticism when you mixed the gospel with entertainment, and with the background of your father being an entertainer and then moving into preaching, how do you feel about Kanye West and his supporters kind of moving into mixing gospel and secular music and having venues sell like alcohol and stuff there?
It's an interesting question. Thank you for that. You should clap for that. That's an interesting question.
That was really good.
Yeah.
How do I feel about what he is doing? Here's what I will say. I can give you the religious answer, and then I can give you my answer. But I'm just going to give you my answer. My answer is, however we can engage and experience about God, do it. Because Kanye is creating God experiences that my preacher or your preacher or other preacher may never be able to do, especially with millennials. He's also engaging his world, which is incredible, because that's what God needs. God needs influencers. Now he used the donkey. So whoever he uses, as long as the experience to get to know somebody that they may have never experienced, as long as that's happening, I applaud. That said, his soul is not my responsibility. God has got to judge him. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to be the one to say you gonna come off that stage and go on that. That's not my responsibility. My responsibility. The Bible says, "With love and kindness have I drawn thee." So as long as he is drawing people to hear and experience words that happen to sneak Jesus in the room, he's got my vote, and God will handle his soul.
Thank you.
That's good. That's good. Thank you, sir. If God can use a jackass, he can definitely use Kanye West.
Well, maybe not that. That's not the spirit in what I meant.
No, you didn't say it. I said it.
I'm just saying he uses whom he pleases.
I said it.
Okay.
I like talking to you.
Okay.
You're from LA? You sure you're from LA?
I'm born and raised.
You got a New York thing on you.
People always say that. I don't know why. But
And I vibe with people got that New York thing on you. You got it.
Okay.
I can see you on the subway. Somebody say something to you, you cut that eye at them.
Oh yeah.
And they get their soul together quickly.
Real quick. Real quick.
So tell me about the Merge Summit.
Well, I created the Merge Summit out of a burning in my heart to want to help develop others who had a gift that wanted to get to Hollywood, didn't have the access or the relationships. And it was specifically created for those who were sitting on the pews at the churches that had desires to get out in the world, but no one around them had access. But it has since grown beyond that. But the whole purpose is to engage conversation, engage gifts, engage creatives who are believers and want to impact the earth and culture and entertainment and music.
It's a conference?
It's a conference. It's it's a 3-day conference. It happens every other year here in LA, and then on the off years we tour and we do masterclass series.
Really? That's great.
Thank you.
So is this an on year or off year?
This is an on year.
It's an on year.
August, the last week in August.
So tell people how they can access it.
Well, you can go to themergesummit.com and get information. You can follow me at Dr. Holly Carter, and because I'm going to be talking about it starting Monday. But that's pretty much where you'll get all the information. You'll get to see what was there last year, who was there last year, and pretty soon what we'll be doing this year.
That's rich. That's rich, and I'm hoping and believing that you will have a tremendous time at that conference.
Yes.
I'm waiting for you to invite me to the conference.
Yes. Yeah, so I guess I will be inviting you to the Merge Summit to sit on the panel with all of these players who, want to do this business.
No, I know some folks who've gone to the conference, and they speak very highly of it in terms of how it grounded them and inspired them to stay in the journey. Because, as I understand it, people who are in the entertainment business have to deal with rejection on a level that few people will ever understand. And if you are not grounded in something, the rejection will eat you up.
That's right. That's the truth. I mean, I am a content creator. I deal with rejection every day. If I walk into a room pitching an idea and they don't like it, well, they don't like it. But I have been on this in the room kind of anointing, where when we go in the room and we pitch and they buy it in the room, but it took me years to get there. Like, we did a pitch yesterday for a show that is set in faith about the first ladies of the church in the room. They brought it in the room.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. But it's not always like that. It's like, great, we'll get back to you.
And how do you get to the place where you don't assault yourself or abort your dream when you're dealing with that kind of consecutive experiences of rejection? How did you do it?
By knowing what I was called to do. So you can tell me no, but there's going to be a yes right around the corner, and it's coming. And I believe that because I said it. And whatever we say, if we believe it, we gonna receive it. I put word on him. I'm like, you said this, so I'm giving it back to you. I'm your responsibility. And it's not that easy. I'm saying it, but it's not always that easy. But I keep repeating it out of my mouth. I have. So I don't. If they don't like it, or if they pass, or if it's not for them, I just keep going because I have so much content that I know I'm going to get yeses to. And so it's just a matter of time and season.
I love that. I love that so much. I'm thinking about popping you with this card. That's how much I love it. Because I a friend of mine called me the other day. They heard, I had the show, you on the show, and I said to them, I said, before you get all wrapped up into that, just know it took 7 years to sit in this chair.
That's right.
7 years. Just know that.
That's right.
And then, they didn't have nothing to say.
I bet.
Because they don't want to deal with the 7 years.
That's right.
And I love it when people remind people who are watching this show, you just don't get there overnight.
No.
And if you don't believe, you've got, now look, I realize everybody watching, my audience, may not all be Christians, may not all be believers or believe in God even. But you better find something you believe in.
Yeah. You need to.
You better find something you grounded in.
Yeah.
Because when the no's come, you better know it.
Yeah.
You better know it. So let me ask you this, because let me ask you all this. How many of y'all have heard of the Clark sisters? That's a surprise. I thought less of them would, because it's such a young audience. You're about to do the Clark sisters. It's on Lifetime? On Lifetime. Now, if you're in church, you're in the black church, you can't wait to see this.
That's right.
Because the Clark sisters are iconic gospel artists who are still singing, still making music. So you got to tell me, how did this come about? And how did you get them to check it and say, okay?
17 years. That's how long it took for this.
Are you serious?
17 years. And it shouldn't have taken that long, and it normally doesn't take that long. But it wasn't time for the movie. I've been very close with the family forever, and I represent Kiara Sheard, who's the daughter.
That's right.
But she wasn't even born. You know what I'm saying? Or she was a very tiny, tiny baby. But I literally flew down to Memphis for the convocation and met with them all and said, if you trust me, I will tell your story. I will not expose. I will be sensitive. You will be a part of the process. And they were like, we trust you. And Dorinda said, let's pray, y'all. Everybody put your hands around her so we can make sure she do the right thing. And we prayed, and fast forward to now, I understand why it took so long. Because Kiera had to play her mother, and it wouldn't have been possible. So she plays her mother, Karen. And Queen Latifah, Missy Elliott, and Mary J. had to
they're all in this.
They're not in it, they are my executive producing partners.
Got it.
And so I needed them to fall in love with the Clark sisters. And at that time, they probably didn't even know who they were.
Can I get a witness? Nobody but Jesus. Won't he make you right?
Yes, he will.
God, I love the Clark sisters.
Yes,
Shout out to the Clark sisters.
Yay.
Man. That's an incredible story.
Thank you.
We have one more question coming from the audience. Tell us who you are and what you want us to know.
Hi, my name is Michelle. I have more of a comment while Dr. Holly Carter is on the show. I just, feel like this is a great time to say this because she is like so real. I'm a living witness that who she presents herself to be, she is really that way in real life to everybody. And she doesn't have to be. So I just want to honor her. Thank you. In that way of that. Because not everybody is the real off camera. Off camera. Yeah, so thank you, Dr. Holly, for all you do and all you keep doing for all of us, because you've done stuff for me for it. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that. How does it feel to have people who celebrate you, not just your work, but who you are as a human being?
It's nice. It's hard to, because you don't really know what to say when people are doing that. You're like,
Describe it in feelings, not sentences.
I would say, shy, maybe embarrassed, again, humbled, but grateful. Because I do want to know when it is all said and done that I have impacted, that I have left, I have left something that touched you in a way that made you want to do what you've been called to do.
Yeah.
And if I don't do that, then I'm not doing what I was called to do. So, I appreciate her for saying that to me because it does mean a lot, and I don't take it lightly at all.
How do you know? Because I got maybe 5 minutes left, or less than 5 minutes left. How do you know when it's a good idea?
I hate for my references to always be, but I'm just gonna say it. It's like when the baby leaped in Elizabeth's womb. When I feel a leaping in my spirit, I'm like, that's it. Because I have a team, and they'll say, that's not a good, I was like, yes, it is. I feel it in my bones. I feel it. God bless your opinion, but this time I'm gonna have to ride. When I know it's a good project, I feel it. And that instinct, the mother wit, the lioness, the power, the selling ability, it all rises up all at the same time. It just comes right onto the top, and I'm like, ding, this is it.
And you trust that.
And I trust it. I have to trust my Holy Ghost gut, and I trust my instinct, and I trust my creative juices.
Now, let me ask you a similar question. That's good. Let me ask you a similar question. When you're looking to cast someone for one of your movies, television shows, what do you look for? Is there a thing you look for?
Authenticity of the role, whether they have it or not, It's like when I saw Usher step out of his shoes, I was like, okay, he's got it. It's like that it thing. It's a factor. And Robbie can explain it better, as a casting director, because I'm not a casting director. But you know what it is when you see it, because it almost infiltrates you. It's like, oh yeah, that was it right there. It's almost like a song. When it gets to the right note, it's like, ooh, thank you, Jesus. You just know when somebody has done it. And for me, like when Kiera read for her mother, I'm like, that's it. Because I actually wanted her to read for her aunt, for Auntie Denise. But when she read for her mom, I'm like, this is a no-brainer. She embodies her mother. And that's the same thing I get when I have a project and we're casting and I'm looking for the right person.
So when is it coming out?
Easter weekend.
Easter weekend.
At 8 o'clock, I believe it is, on Lifetime. And it has been worth the wait.
Let me tell you something. I saw a clip, I don't know if it was authorized or not.
It wasn't.
On Facebook. And Kiara was singing. And I almost threw my phone.
I'm sure you did.
And I was gonna send you the bill for a new phone. Because the music is, because they can sing.
Yeah, they can sing.
You know, a lot of times you get movies about people's lives, biopics, and people don't have the ability to really embody who they're portraying. But I saw this clip and I was like, well, this is gonna be a problem.
Yeah, and I will give the director the credit to my director, Christine Swanson. She's an African-American woman. When she came to the project, the first thing she says, I'm not interested in hiring a bunch of names. I wanna go in and hire people that can really pull off the singing so I can create this vision I have in my head. And initially I was like, maybe not, but I'm so glad that I listened to her instinct because it worked.
That's rich. That's rich. That's rich. That's rich. So, my last 4 minutes, you got that look on your face.
No.
Trust me.
I trust you.
In my last 4 minutes, I'm gonna give you some names. And just give me just one word responses. All right, whatever comes to your spirit.
Okay.
Through your Holy Ghost gut. All right?
Okay.
Bishop T.D. Jakes.
Enterprising.
Bishop Noel Jones.
Dope.
Kurt Franklin.
Partner.
Donnie McClurkin.
Holy Ghost.
Marvin Winans.
I used to have a crush when I was a kid.
Really?
He was everything. He was everything. And then when he did those runs, I was just like, over. Yes. Crush.
Dietrich Hatton.
Definitely my partner.
I'm gonna step out of the church. Ready?
Okay.
Chris Brown.
Need Jesus. Oh, how you want to say? No, I take that back. Well, no, I don't. I give that back. We all need Jesus. Chris Brown, I think I would say conflicted.
Jamie Foxx.
Talented.
BJ the Chicago Kid.
Super talented.
Last one, Mary.
Iconic.
I like that. I like all that. I like that. So I have.
Don't try to trip me up.
I have Bishop Noel Jones coming on next week, and he's going to be a part of a round table. Would you do me a favor and look into that camera and tell him what he has meant to you, his ministry, his work, his preaching?
Yes. Bishop Noel Jones, first of all them long words you be using when you be preaching, I have to use a dictionary. But outside of that, you are the man. You know that I love you. You know I love your ministry, your style, your swag. So keep doing what you do because you have made an impact on culture and you will continue to do that because that's just who you are.
I know that's right. All right, do one more for me, right? And then you'll be done. And then you'll be rid of me and you won't see me until the Merge Summit.
Say it.
Okay. Take 30 quick seconds and just say something to the people out there who don't fit into boxes. Their vision is like yours. It straddles many lines, and they're thinking about giving up. Just say something in 30 seconds to them.
I would literally say don't give up. You have to keep going even when it doesn't look like the way it has been made. Trust your instinct, trust your gut, commit your vision to God, and you just gotta know it's gonna come to pass. And do know this, Never go where the path may lead. Go where there is no path and blaze a trail.
That's it. Dr. Holly Carter, you all right with me?
All right.
I want to thank Dr. Holly Carter for being a part of this conversation, for really walking us through her extraordinary career. Thanks to my extraordinary studio audience. You guys have been amazing tonight. Thank you to all who are watching us on the Fox Soul mobile app, and you can tune in on Monday and see me Monday at 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern. Up next is the Mike and Donnie Show. They're talking to the one and only Dion Cole. I'm telling you, that's going to be interesting. And don't forget, in honor of the Martin Luther King holiday on Monday, be sure to tune in to Fox Soul for a special live commemorative service starting at 10 a.m. Eastern. But for now, up next, we have live coverage from Martin Luther King Historic Site. Thank you for tuning in tonight. Be good to each other. I love you. Dr. Holly Carter.
This is the community where Dr. King grew up in. When you walk in the neighborhood, it's all back to the original way it was when Dr. King was here.
National Park Service Lead Ranger Marty Smith takes Fox Soul on a tour of the Martin Luther King Jr. National Historical Park in Atlanta.
When the National Park Service came over here, the purpose of them was to preserve it, to protect it, so future generations will have the opportunity to be able to enjoy it. So what we have done is preserved it and put it back to the way it was when Dr. King was first grew up in the neighborhood.
Every year, more than 800,000 people visit the King Historic Site. This includes the King Center, King Birth Home, Historic Ebenezer Baptist Church, and the tombs of Dr. and Mrs. King.
So you get a chance to actually come and see the actual church that he preached from. You get to see the actual house that he was born inside of. You get to see where he was laid to rest. You also have an opportunity to see the community that he grew up in. Everything in the community is being preserved and put back to the period of 1930s.
We begin our visit at Ebenezer Church.
This is where Dr. King got to start from. He was a reverend before he was a doctor. His father and grandfather preached here for 81 years. A lot of people don't know Ebenezer history. They only had 5 pastors in the 133-year history of the church. 5 pastors, and his father and grandfather served 81 of those years. And they was also involved in the Civil Rights Movement. I mean, you can actually sit in the actual sanctuary that's been restored and put back to the original way it was when Dr. King was there. I mean, you have the original pews, the original pulpit furniture, the color of the church is painted back to the original way.
Our next stop along historic Auburn Avenue, the King Birth Home, where Dr. King and his 2 siblings were born.
He was an ordinary kid, you know, who did extraordinary things later on in life.
And a young Martin Luther King Jr. lived until the age of 12.
With Dr. King's house, Dr. King's mother, she had the vision to come in and preserve it. So as she preserved it, now you have the opportunity to walk back into the house to the way it was when he was a child. So it's pretty awesome to have the opportunity to come up here.
The King family shared the 2-story frame Queen Anne-style home with Dr. King's maternal grandparents.
We don't only focus on Dr. King, we kind of like to share with them that there was roots to his tree before he even grew. And so we want to tell them about his parents, his grandparents. I mean, they was involved in the movement, and people don't tell the stories like how Dr. King's grandfather helped start her first African-American high school here in the city of Atlanta, Booker T. Watson High School, and how his father was involved in the teachers' strikes and different things like that, and making sure equal pay was for African-American teachers the same as the white teachers.
In 1968, Dr. King's widow, Mrs. Coretta Scott King, established the Martin Luther King Jr. Center for Nonviolent Social Change to preserve her husband's legacy.
Mrs. King, she saw the neighborhood starting to deteriorate. What she did was she went to the federal government and asked them, what can you do to help preserve the community? And luckily, she had a great friend that happened to be president of the United States. His name was President Jimmy Carter. And as her and President Jimmy Carter started talking, they decided to make this a National Historic Site. So as of October the 10th, 1980, this became a National Historic Site.
What's up, y'all? It's Mike Hill from the Mike and Donnie Show. Make sure you catch our show every night at 11 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific. But for right now, enjoy some of these laughs.
I actually almost got married. I was engaged for a really long time, and then we set a date for me to move out of this house. So, you know, this is where I am right now. And I missed the attention of when I was engaged because people were really nice to me. And this is what I learned. I learned that young white girls love marriage, okay? One of my friends got really happy when she found out, and she was like, oh my God. She was like, when are you getting married? And I was like, is that a dog whistle? Stop screeching. And I said, you know what? I'll probably get married in Atlanta because that's where I live. And then she was like, no. I know a beautiful place in South Georgia, and it is the most awesome, beautiful plantation. No. You are a bad white friend. But then she tried to sell me on the benefits, and she's like, during the cocktail hour, your guests can roam free. I am currently free. And then she goes, but here's the best part. They don't even throw rice, they throw cotton. No, ma'am. Like, I'm not gonna high five you. You just offered me the slave package.
Hey, welcome to Fox Soul, the Mike and Donnie show. I'm Donnie Harrell, and my co-host for tonight is Chelsea Perry. What's up, beautiful?
What's going on, Donnie?
I'm looking good. You looking good?
You know, I got on my Fox Soul purple, so I'm feeling a little special tonight.
Real purplish and beautiful.
Well, thank you.
You ready for tonight?
What's going on tonight?
We got Cole, man, Dion Cole on this thing right here.
I'm super excited about that. I'm super excited.
We got Cole, man.
Are you ready for some barbershop talk after that?
Yeah, we gonna talk some real fly shit.
Okay. That's what you're good at, Donnie.
Okay,
it's talking good, but are you gonna back it up?
Are you gonna back it up with me?
I always back mine up.
And we gonna see then.
Okay, well, let's do it.
Let's make it happen.
I also want to invite everyone to connect with us by commenting on foxsoul.tv message board, or you can call us at 866 Fox Soul or 866-369-7685. We are live right now, and we want to hear from you. One of the hottest comedians in the game is joining us right now. He's known to the world as Charlie on the hot ABC sitcom Grownish, as well as Blackish. You can now catch his Netflix special, Cold Hearted, streaming on Netflix. I'm inviting you to welcome Dion Cole.
Dirty man. What's up, Big Money?
What's up, baby?
How you doing?
How you doing, baby?
I'm doing good, man. Oh, I like that watch.
Thank you, brother.
Shining. You shine. Man,
I ain't doing nothing.
Man, the word on the street, you getting a lot of money. Look at that watch.
No.
He getting money.
That's Netflix special money.
No.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
What they talking about, D? You getting a lot of money?
I can't call it, man. No, it's cool, man. I'm in a different position. Yeah, and it feels good. Yeah.
Where you from, Dion?
Chicago.
What part?
Southside.
Ooh.
Yeah, Southside.
Bad man.
Now, wait, you said you're in a different position. Let's go there. You started out as a comedian, then a writer, now an actor. How did that transition happen for you?
Well, I'm still a comedian out the gate. I'm gonna always be that. I wouldn't even have those other things if it wasn't for me being a comic first or whatever. So I'm definitely a comedian, and you know, everything else just gravitated from that or whatever. You know, just having relationships with people and just you know, just vibing and connecting, you know, with certain people.
But people don't understand you got your start writing for Conan O'Brien, that's his name?
Conan O'Brien, yeah. I was
Tell us about that.
I was doing like a whole lot, like stand-up. I was really big in just doing a lot of stand-up and stuff. And then when I got with him, yeah, that took me on a whole nother
page. Is that a comedian that kind of look like Opie? That one?
Yeah. The redhead, the tall redhead.
Okay, I'm in. My bad.
No, that's what he is.
Now, I heard that you were hesitant to take that job at first. Why?
Because they wanted me to wake up at like 7 in the morning, and I was.
You ain't no morning person.
Yeah, like I'm a comic. I'm used to going to bed at 7 in the morning. So waking up that early, I was like, nah, I ain't doing that. The first week, I was like, all right, I'm done. I'm out of here. And then like I ended up writing something, and I ended up going on the air, and next thing later, we just kept rocking, and I ended up staying.
Did that teach you a lot? That working for him, did that teach you the game a little bit?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because I used to be down on myself a lot, like when things didn't work. But he used to always tell me, every moment can't be magical. If every moment was magical, we wouldn't have magical moments.
Yeah.
Right.
So you don't have to keep chasing that. Just do the best you can do, and when you have those moments, embrace them. So I just that always made me feel better. I didn't feel as down on myself when certain things didn't work out.
So how was it working with the man, Cat Williams? I heard you were working with Cat Williams.
With Cat?
Yeah, how'd that work out?
No, that's my dude, man. Yeah.
How'd you get with him?
I was writing for Cat, but everything I wrote, he never used.
Why not?
Why
not?
It's just Cat Williams, man.
Did he read that crazy deal?
You know that. No, you said who?
Is he really that crazy?
No. Cat is dope. See, Cat is just an intricate cat. Like he the type of dude. See, certain comics, you don't even have to write nothing.
Right.
You just have to be in their vicinity, and it brings out certain things in them. You know what I mean? Where they write their own material or whatever. So even everything that I wrote, he never used, but just our camaraderie and us hanging together made him, I think made him open his mind to certain things, and he just, wrote his own stuff.
How does his comedy style compare to yours?
Cat?
Yeah.
I mean, Cat is just real, real. We all real. Like when it comes to our comedy, y'all come from a real space, but my comedy is just, I'm kind of like left field a little bit. No rhyme or reason for what I do. Really thought-provoking, observational kind of humor. That's always been me. And Cat is just a nice storyteller, man, and he execute that well, So, and even like trying to write for him like that, we knew we wouldn't be able to do it the way that he did it, but we knew if we at least open him up to opening up stories that he had that he would remember.
What's the best bit you ever wrote for Cat, but he never used it?
Man, I wrote something about Cat. I wrote something about where he shop at, and he ain't found that funny. So
why? Because his clothes look crazy, right?
Yeah. I was like, you should just dress nice one day. He was like this. What? I don't already? I was like this. All right, well, we're done writing about that. So no, but like I said, but when you write for certain people, you know their voice. It's just like, adapting to your surrounding. The way you are with your mother ain't the way you are with your woman.
Exactly right.
The way you are with your woman ain't the way you are with your kids.
Yeah.
So it was just being around him, seeing how he is, and just bringing the best out of him. The same thing with Conan. Being around Conan, bringing the best out of him, and a lot of other people that I wrote for.
Yeah.
Okay, now you use a lot of your own personal stories in your stand-up. Are you pulling from personal experiences with that?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Yeah, and from other people. I mean, all that stuff don't happen to me. Like I get it from other people as well. If I hear something that's unique or something different or that's clever or funny or something like that, I just write it down and try to convey that to an audience that doesn't know me and has never seen me before ever in their life. So that's the job. The job is you bomb in order to rip.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You go, you do all these shows and you do it horribly until you get it right. And then when you get it right, you add that to the list of things that work. And then you do it again. For every 15 jokes that I write, only one work.
Especially going to South Side Chicago, huh? How'd that move you go up in South Side Chicago?
Yeah,
How'd that move you?
Southside, it's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard. I mean, but you have a lot to talk about too. I mean, like where we from is so gutter, it's so grimy, and it's so ill that it's just a lot of heartache and pain, and it shows in our comedians. I mean, it's no fluke that we have a lot of great comics that come out of Chicago.
Yeah. So how'd you make that transition from being a comedian and transferring over to acting? How did you make that transition, boss?
Well, I just always wanted to act. I just knew I didn't have the money to go to acting school or nothing like that or whatever, but I just always wanted to, but you know, it's just these relationships, because every time I audition, I wouldn't get nothing. And to this day, anything I ever auditioned for, and I say this in a lot of interviews, I never got it.
I got turned on you from Barbershop. That's when I first seen you.
Barbershop. I ain't even, when I auditioned for that, I didn't get it.
You didn't?
No, I ended up getting it because somebody else got taken out the movie, and so I got it. That's how my whole career been. Like, anything I ever auditioned for, they'd be like, no, but then stuff with Conan, like me, like writing for Conan, they was like, I went on there as a guest, and he just was like, you know what, let's just hire him. Like, it was no, I ain't had to submit nothing to nothing. I just was at work a week later. Like,
oh, man.
Yeah, so it's always been like that.
Yeah. Now, Donnie said he was introduced to you from Barbershop, but I remember you from Comic View. And you would come out with a pen and pad. And I was like, this guy is so hilarious. You have this pen and pad. What gave you the confidence to even do that?
Being high, that's what it was, basically.
What kind of churn?
Yeah, weed, straight weed, forgetting my jokes, and couldn't remember them, so I would take a pad on stage and just read them, like write like I wrote them. I would do it every night, and to the point where when I did remember them and went on stage, people was like, no, where your notepad at? And I'm like...
So that's why you really did it?
Yeah, I was like, I remember them. I remember them now. They like, so? You don't care if you remember them or not. Like, yo, we need your notepad.
We love pen and pad.
Yeah.
You used the pen and pad a little bit in your Netflix special.
Yeah.
Was that on purpose?
Yeah, absolutely. I do, like I said, I do it now like a lot. Like I do it and because people really want to see it. And also it takes people on the journey with you because I actually, like some of the stuff is written and then like maybe 2 of them aren't. I've never done them before or something. And so I will always do that just to get a real reaction out of everybody and hopefully that they work, and if they do, then fine, you know. But I think it's fun when it don't work too, because we can get a laugh out of that as well. You know, my job ain't to make you laugh a certain way. My job is to make you laugh, regardless of how you laugh at it.
That's good. Now tell us what it's like. You're on Blackish. That's an all-star cast. You have Anthony Anderson, Tracy Ellis Ross, and the legendary Lawrence Fishburne. What is that like every day?
Unreal, basically. I mean, I'm sitting up every day with Anthony, Lawrence Fishburne, Jennifer Lewis, you know, Yara Shahidi, I mean, Marcus, Miles, and Marseille, and Jeff and Peter. Like, I mean, working with these cats every day, it's like, you know, we all rub each other's back, you know what I'm saying? We learn from each other, you know, and it's just, sometimes it be overwhelming. I'll sit back and, one day I was on the set and Tracy was showing me pictures of her on the set of Mahogany with her mother, like just sitting there, just as a kid, you know, and then I had to look at her again like, yo, this is Tracy Ellis Ross. Like, this ain't just no actress I'm working with, you know. And then I curtsy and bow and walk away, like, walk out of her presence, like. But same thing with Anthony. Anthony been in about 100 movies. He was in The Departed, like, with Scorsese and Leonardo DiCaprio, like, you know.
You gonna get there?
I mean, I'm cool. I would love to do that. But I'm just saying with the people that I'm working with, it's great. It's Lawrence Fishburne, The Matrix, you know, New York, King of New York. Like, man, go on and on. So it's cool to work with these people and see them every day, you know, and just, you know, be able to hold my own with these great.
You're definitely holding your own.
So Dion, what was your inspiration for the role Charlie?
So I wasn't even supposed, I wasn't even supposed to be on Blackish. I wasn't. I had this other show I was doing with Rashida Jones and Steve Carell called Angie Tribeca, and I was doing that. And so while I was waiting on that show to start, an agent by the name of Tamara Goins, she was like, yo, they looking for writers over at Blackish. And I was like, I could probably write until my other show start. And I went over there and I met with Kenya Barris, the creator, and Kenya was telling me about this character named Charlie. And I was like, all right, well, you know, yeah, I could write for that character or whatever. And so they was like, it's for Charlie Murphy. And I was like, all right. Then Charlie Murphy was like, he don't want to do it. For some odd reason, he was like, he didn't want to do it. And so Kenya was like, why don't you play it? And I was like, okay. So I went and I did it once.
You're so nonchalant.
I did it once. I'm serious, I did it once. Then Kenya was like, can you do it again? And I was like, all right. And I did it again and then again. And next thing you know, I was on the show. Like, simple as that.
Hey, this dude right here, natural, ain't he?
That is natural talent.
Yeah.
That's natural
Yeah,
talent.
just take people to believe in, you know, and Kenya did that. And, you know, it don't take a lot of rhyme or reason all the time when it comes to, like, you know, auditioning, or going out for something. And people in power, they have to go off of their gut feeling. You can't just always go by the book of auditioning. Like, go with your gut feeling. When you see people, man, give them opportunity, man. You know, like, just believe in them and trust them. And, man, you never know what'll happen. I'm a prime example of that.
We can see by that watch you got on.
It's shining.
It's shining, baby.
Now listen, Dion, when I found out you were going to be on the show, I went started lurking and scrolling your Instagram. So I have a few questions that I pulled from your Instagram.
Okay.
One of the things that I saw, and this is also on your Netflix special, where you say if you're 40 or above, you have about 30 more summers left.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Well,
what?
Got that from Jennifer Lewis. I was on set one day, and Jennifer and me, we got this thing where we go back and forth, cursing each other out. And one day she said something to me, and I was like, shut your old ass up. And she was like, you would not disrespect me nor my 12 summers. And I was like this, damn, 12 summers.
What the hell that mean?
Yeah, she was like, she got about 12 summers left to be able to be as mobile as she wants and do whatever she wants. She was like, I'm gonna kick it and I'm gonna have a great time and I'm not gonna be disrespected nor held back while I got these 12 summers to be as mobile and do what I want. And that just resonated with me. I was like, damn. I was like, I think I got like 20 left. And she was like, you better live it up. And I was like, man, I was like, can I do that on stage? And she was like, yeah. And so I just perfected it and wrote it into a joke and added it in. But yeah, I believe that. I believe it wholeheartedly. We got a certain amount of summers left. You probably got 30, 40 summers left. You better live. Like, you better do it. You got it.
Hey, you know what, Dion? I live by the 25,000 day rule.
Okay.
What's that?
So if you live, say, if you take say you had 25,000 gumballs, right? And you ate one a day, and you will see how old you will be. So we really only got 25,000 days on this earth. You know what I'm saying? Because the average man lived around to 73. Now y'all add that up, 25,000 days, and see how old you will be.
I missed the math on that one.
I'm gonna stay with my 30 summers.
Listen, Dion, I'm with you. I'm gonna stick with 30 summers on that too.
100 gumballs.
So the second thing that I found on your Instagram, and I was a little upset. I even said it to Dion in the back. I was like, I know you didn't come on Fox Soul and not bring this item for me. And I have one here. You found one for me.
Yes.
And it's called the Easy Scratch,
Easy Scratch. That's what
this is for. Now I want to know what made you want to partner, because you're co-owner in this?
Yes, with my partner Rose. Me and Rose are out of Houston. Me and Rose, we got together.
Oh, I'm from
Houston.
Houston.
She told me about this thing, and I said, man, let me see it. And she was like, let's make it.
Can I test it out?
Yeah, it's yours.
Oh yeah.
And
Get
like,
right in now.
Yeah.
Oh, that's for weaves.
No, it's not. This is not a weave.
Oh,
This is my hair. This is
real
me.
quick.
This is my.
No, it's for like twist, braids,
everything,
protective hairstyles, whatever. If you don't want to mess your hair up and you want to use a long rat tail comb and all that, and you don't want to beat your brains out doing this, yeah, like you could do that. It's very discreet. hit it off
Man, you
and put it
crazy.
up. Like,
I like that, and just tuck it away. There
man,
you don't even know I have it.
easy-scratch.com. Go on there and
Man,
grab
promote
it.
yourself, man. What is it again?
It's the
easy-scratch.com. Go on there and order as many as you want. They're very cheap. And look, you can, it's very, very compact too. You spend what, $100 on a weave? Just throw in another 10 and scratch it.
Wait, only 100?
Oh,
How much you spend on yours?
You have to buy the hair. The hair is about $100 to $200 itself, and then you have to pay for the install, which is approximately another $100 to $200.
And all you need is another 10 to scratch it. And that's all I'm saying. If it itch, throw another 10. It's only 10.
Y'all go out and get y'all an easy scratch, ladies. Definitely.
Hey, so Dion, let's talk about the BBWs. Why you make fun of the BBWs?
No, I love them.
I know you love the BBWs.
I don't make fun of them.
Tell us about the BBWs. What are you talking about? How you talk about the BBWs?
I just talk about that, how much love they
You like
get.
Big Lizzo?
Yeah, Lizzo's sweet.
She's beautiful, right?
Yeah, she's beautiful. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, that's all right there. It's a lot of BBWs out here. Well, it's women out here that are BBWs, but I don't want to say their name because they might not consider themselves BBWs.
What was this Fox show? Like who?
No.
You used to date a BBW?
I throw a name out there, they'll be like, I ain't no BBW. I'm like, you are, but.
So, Deanna, you used to date BBWs?
Have I ever dated one? Yeah, I dated one. I dated a couple. Yeah, they were so cool.
Yeah.
They cool, man.
How are BBWs different from other women?
They just fun, and they don't care about the same stuff that like other thinner women care about, like themselves and their appearance and all that. Like they care about their appearance, but they cool. Like it's conversation, they fun, and I ain't trying to say that other women aren't like that.
Yeah, no.
But I'm just saying that they just really, really cool.
Yeah,
I just like hanging out with them.
Because my sister, she's a BBW, my older sister, and she's the most sweetest thing. She used to cook for me and just love me, send me to the store, give me $1, buy me a Snickers, a Lord's Colors, potato chips, and
all the snacks.
All the
snacks, Dion.
All the snacks. Y'all really having a moment here with this BBW and these snacks and going down.
I'm telling you, man.
Okay.
Hang out with one. You see what I'm talking about.
I'm cool with everybody, any size. It don't matter. Big, small, large. I'm here. Let's have a good time. Let's eat. I'm a Southerner, so I love to eat anyway. Let's get some shrimp and grits and some chicken and waffles. I'm here for it.
Make it happen.
Make it happen. So now you're on Blackish, you're on Grownish, you have your Netflix special coming out. What's next for Dion Cole?
I just had this animation project drop on the 14th of January. It's called Kipo. It's a animation that's on Netflix. DreamWorks Animation made it. I've been working on it for like a year. And so it just came out, man. I'm proud of it. I play a character named Dave on it, and yeah, it's fun. Check it out. It's for kids, and it's for, like grown-ups too. They can watch it too. But yeah, make sure you have your kids watch it, and yeah, it's a great animation.
What kind of response have you been getting from your Netflix special?
This is okay. So this is. I've done specials before, Comedy Central. I even done something on Netflix before, a little 30-minute thing. But the amount of love for this Netflix special has been so overwhelming in a good way. It's like you just don't know when you putting out these specials just what's gonna gravitate to people like that, you know. And the way that the people embraced this was like I was ready for it. I just was like, okay, I put my special out, but the way people watched it over and over again and told other people to watch it, and all the different stuff they took away from it, all the sayings and everything, like slap and 30 Summers and all this stuff, and loving yourself and all these different things that I was touching on in there, man. For people to take that and embrace it was like, man, it was some people came to tell me that, you know, the way they changed it, the way they changed the way they eat and changed the way they thought about their situations as far as their relationships go and stuff, you know, just to have some type of, you know, like to hear somebody knowing what they're going through or whatever and speaking for them you know, they really embraced that, and it took me by surprise, definitely. And I want to thank everybody who watched it, and whoever told anybody else to watch it. I mean, I appreciate the love. Man, I try to talk to everybody on Instagram. Anybody that watch it, I try to like give them some love, man. You know, but
give me a hand.
yeah, it's been crazy. And then to have it be accepted by like all the greats too, like, you know, Steve Harvey and Diddy and Cube, and I mean the list goes on and on. Jamie Foxx, and man, like it's
something
man,
special with your
usually
peers.
said everybody like reposted it and put it. Man, it was so much love, man. Martin, you know, everybody. So man, I appreciate it. You know.
You're also hosting the ABFF Awards.
Yeah.
How did that come to you?
Man, my man Jeff Friday, that's my dude, and I've done the ABFF awards before or whatever, but for him to come to me and ask me to host it, I was like, man, let's do it. I just instantly was like, let's go. Let me get into mode, let me start writing, let me get it together so we can go kick ass and have a good time. We ain't gonna make it stuffy. If anybody coming that's stuffy, we gonna check your ass right away. We're gonna have a good time, and we there to celebrate. And we there to have a good time and celebrate our own black folks,
brother.
And give some love to our own people. So we gonna have a great time. Yeah, it's gonna be great.
Let me say this, Mr. D.R. Cole, man. You've been working hard, man, and hard work and dedication pays off, man, and we proud of you, man.
Thank you
know what I'm
so
saying,
much,
for doing what you're doing and representing the black culture, man.
Man, thank you, man, and to everybody. Hit me on social media, on Instagram, at DEONCOLE. I try to talk to everybody, man. So thank you for all the love and support, and thank y'all.
Thank you, brother, man, for blessing us, man. Thanks for blessing us, homie. My man. My man.
We want to thank Deon Cole for hanging out with us and making us laugh. Up next, joining us is some barbershop talk and getting the 411 on what men really think. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Yes, sir.
Fox Soul.
It's going down. It's about to be popping. Y'all hear me? I like to get the show started with what I call Tam Talk. Is all right if I talk to you people?
You know by now that I want you.
A new live and interactive streaming channel dedicated to the African American viewer.
What do you think the biggest story was of the decade?
Bill Cosby going to jail.
Dr.
Huxtable is in jail.
Samuel L. Jackson is now the voice of Alexa.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Sam Jackson, can you turn on some Donnie McClurkin? Yeah, I can turn on some motherfucking Donnie McClurkin.
Celebrities sharing.
I realized that my mother was functionally illiterate. So when I recognized everything that she was able to accomplish, it just became like the battery in my back.
Oh, yeah.
I remember the first time I got my nails done as the first foster home I went into. Oh, she was the foster mom, hood as hell, right? And she was like, look here, baby girl, you look busted. We gonna get your nails done.
No, she did not.
Newsmakers. Why is Donald Trump so obsessed with Barack Obama?
He put the P in petty,
Real conversations. You adopted a son.
I said my whole life I was gonna have a son.
Yeah.
And that boy is my son.
I was adopted. You need to hear what we know is that you chose us. And that notion that we've been chosen beats back all that other crap.
Okay, good.
It does, I'm telling you.
My fiance is Cynthia Bailey. He was once engaged to Cynthia Bailey. And I know you've hurt people.
I really did mess up. Not only did I accidentally take a man's life, I also lost people that really loved me and people I pushed away because I didn't know how to love.
This is some real shit.
Oh, yeah.
Foxsoul.tv. We love Fox Soul because we get to discover and to talk about the glory and the grandeur and even the grime of black people. We lift our head up and say, this is who we are. Our voice.
I've been out, and I'll be with a group of beautiful black women. And someone will reach out to me on my social media and say, who was that girl in the orange?
And the girl in orange was the one white girl in our whole group. Yep.
Our truth. So what's up with you and Steve, man? Ain't nothing with me. Well, Steve stole my material on this show. So my thing is, you don't have to do that, homeboy.
Right.
So, you know, motherfucker, you made enough money, bitch ass. You know?
I started feeling like, oh, it's good to be black. We have a lot more avenues now. We got Netflix, we got Hulu, and Tyler Perry did such.
We got Fox Soul.
Welcome back to the Mike and Donnie Show. Our next guests are here to put us in the right frame of mind for the weekend. Please welcome Ashford Thomas, Harry Williams, and Chidi O'Hara to the show.
Yes, sir.
Good to have you, sir. Yes.
What's up, Blair? My man. What's up, LA?
Oh, welcome.
What's up, you guys? So buff, man. Goddamn.
In the gym, that's all.
Where you been lifting?
25 fitness at all times.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Like you can lift a whole house.
Yeah, 2 up.
Swole brothers. So what's up, y'all?
Not much surviving out here in LA.
We're talking about these women. We're going to talk about these women today.
Not too much on the women. Not too much.
I'm talking about real good.
In a positive light. Of course. Let's talk about it.
And just love relationships, finding one to, match your energy and
talk about it.
Okay. Is that what you guys are looking for genuinely?
Of course.
Ashford, you lying. I see it right here. You lying. I can see it.
That's, I'm waiting for love to find me as well,
Oh, so you already messed up. It's your job.
You're right. But LA is different.
True.
Okay, so what we doing this weekend, all of us? What we gonna do? What we going out to this weekend?
Church.
On Sunday.
So you lying too?
No.
Did y'all discuss the lies y'all was gonna tell before y'all get
all the truth.
What church you going to?
I go to St. Charles Borromeo in Burbank, California.
Okay.
Yeah?
Okay.
Is it Chidi? Is it Baptist? What is it?
It's a Catholic church.
Catholic church? What are you learning there?
Exactly.
You ain't going to church. You ain't going to church. See? You ain't going to church.
There you go. Call on it, Mike.
I'm not Mike.
Johnny, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I did it.
Hey.
It's like we all both of y'all so lovely. She gets you confused.
There we go. That's what I thought. We go.
Church going man right there.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
I can't. So what are some of the difficulties that you think as men and women from that standpoint that you find in dating here in Los Angeles?
Well, it's a different market. It's a very expensive city.
So wait a minute, it's a different market.
It's a different market from being down south.
There we go. You're right. Speak on it.
Now, where are you from?
I'm from Houston, Texas.
Okay. Now, Houston, you can go out, have a nice meal, drinks and all that stuff, have a nice spot, and that probably run you, I don't know, like $40, $50, both of y'all.
Where you going?
Well, you tell me. It's your city. It's your city.
Wait. We're not $40, $50.
Wait.
Maybe.
Well,
what would that run you here in Los Angeles?
140?
Yeah, 140 on a good day.
Yes.
First of all, homie, if you taking somebody out for $40, they ain't trying to go out
No,
with you.
I'm talking about down in Houston. Not in LA. LA is completely different. It's completely different.
40? What we go? McDonald's is 40.
Yeah, that's LA McDonald's.
Yeah.
That's LA McDonald's. It's like, I don't know where you can get some nice seafood, some popcorn, shrimp, and stuff in LA. I don't know where
I
that's
can tell you can go to Harold and Bell's on Jefferson if you want some good soul food.
Now,
right?
how many spots y'all had? Because they kind of run up the price in LA. LA is a little different.
Hold on. See, LA. That's my man, LA.
Oh, no, he might surprise you up there. Yes, LA brother.
You ain't gonna let him do us like that, right? Because you see how they always come to our town and try to badmouth us. Tell them to go back to their town.
Come on.
Listen, I like LA, but you have to admit it's just different here.
It is different.
Like what, Chelsea?
I think it's different a lot of times because there are so many transplants that come to this city, usually singularly focused on whether it's a dream or an idea, and so it kind of fosters oftentimes an individualistic kind of focused mindset. And so if you're on that tip, finding somebody to then kind of open up and join with can be more challenging. And putting energy and time into doing that is also, I think, a challenge that when it comes to like, oh, it's not a priority of mine right now. or it's not something I'm thinking about right now because I'm doing me, or I'm trying to cultivate my own thing. And so I think then the relationship aspect of it can become a bit more challenging.
I'll give you that. That's very well said.
She talk about LA men like we don't.
What I find with LA men is it versus the South. If a Southern man sees you, you are an attractive woman, he has no problem coming over, addressing you, making that known. An LA man will stare a hole in the side of your head and will never say anything. I find that they don't have that same confidence, that same vibrato as a Southern man, and that whiny vibe is
come on,
not, just a little bit.
Well, I got a question.
Hold on. What type of whiny vibe you talking about?
There's a whiny vibe here.
Like what, Chelsea? Explain it to me.
Whiny.
You're repeating the same words, but I'm trying to get a better understanding of what that means essentially. So
you gotta give us an example.
A whiny, if I don't make myself available when they want me to be available, then it's,
so like an entitlement is what you mean.
Out there you go, an entitlement.
We live in a space now where women are complaining about men approaching them too much, but then if you go to certain cities, women are like, no one says anything to me. So do you want guys to approach you?
I've never heard of a woman being upset about men approaching her. Never.
All the time.
That's more common.
Chidi, you coming from Nigeria, what do you think, Chidi?
Well, in Nigeria, there's no. I'll tell you, there's no dating. It's just marriage.
Right.
Where's your wife? Where's your children? Because the idea behind having a wife is to produce children and continue the legacy of the family. So it's different from a cultural perspective than it is from an LA perspective or any other perspective in America in general. Because ideally, you want to foster your family, set your roots, and maintain the succession of the family's name.
Right.
Here, you're trying to get it in low-key, high-key.
There we go. That's what it's about, getting it in.
I like Chidi, but you know he's faking, right? I'm going to tell you why he's faking. Chidi been here for 31 years and he's 32.
Yeah.
So I don't understand. Like, you've been here, Chidi.
Yeah, but I've been taught by Nigerian parents who are from here.
But you have Los Angeles roots, Chidi.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm still cultured.
Okay.
What do you subscribe to when it comes to dating?
Understanding. I think I need to understand myself and understand what I want and understand the person who I'm dealing with.
Okay.
If they have the same kind of ideology that I have, because if they don't, then we're just here to take up space, and sharing space with somebody is important.
True.
I think that understanding is more important than trying to get it in or whatever. It's like, I'm giving you my time, you're giving me your time. Why? We can't get that back. And if it's not important for us to sit here and talk to each other, we should move forward. It's easier said than done, but we should move forward.
I like Chidi.
That's valid.
Now we good.
So now we touched on how LA is a little bit more expensive, but let's just say across the board everywhere for all of our viewers, no matter where they are. If it's 2020, women are more successful than ever. They're in a lot of powerful positions. They're making more. When it comes to dating, should we be splitting dates? I mean, should we be splitting the bill?
It depends. Who asked who out?
If the
they never go ask us out.
Yeah.
That never happens.
Listen, no.
The lies you tell. The lies he tells.
Women will approach me, and I see that all the time.
I hesitate to say always and never.
Okay, now I think about it.
I know that there are always and never are difficult words because there are always exceptions that we find as far as who interacts in what way, and so it's difficult to say, oh, it's always this way or not in any aspect, in dealing with men or women, because all of our experiences will have.
Are you getting asked
outliers.
about somebody you're interested in?
It's happened.
Okay.
It has happened. Anyway.
Yeah, all the time.
What?
Have you been asked about
all the time.
Yeah.
I feel like culturally here in Los Angeles, that's okay. If as a Southern girl, we're raised never. I would never approach a man to ask him on a date.
Do you feel like you're missing out because of that?
No, not at all.
No?
Because I feel like I want a man to be a man. You see me. Now, don't get me wrong. I will flirt. I give you a little eye. I will let you know that we're vibing and we're connecting, but I want you to be a man at all times.
But you know, a lot of things in 2020, we do not celebrate masculinity and things that you say. You're not the mask.
No. But what you know what I'm saying? Okay, so Ashton, what am I supposed to come over and say to a man? Hey, you're looking good.
Don't,
hey,
the voice.
I don't know
why you have to.
First of all, your voice went too low.
Keep it high.
You might want to fight.
Natural voice. I might want to put on this whole other thing.
I don't know what I would say to a man.
Hold up. Ain't no man going out with you talking to men like that.
Right?
Hey, how you
Well, I don't know what am I supposed to say to
we
you? Good on this
You supposed
side.
to be real sweet, like you just tone down that octave a little bit and be like.
See that? Because I've never done it. I don't know what I would do.
If you say hey, that's good enough. Because I got this idea. Yeah, if you say hey, we'll get it.
Why can't he say hey?
Because
it's a choice.
It's a
right, and he's choosing not to. So I would rather just maybe.
But you can choose too.
I can choose to let him be that man and be the aggressor.
Well, are you gonna let one hey stop you from being with your future husband?
That's not the way that God designed it.
What?
He ain't designed it for me to go over to no man.
What? Wait, hold on. In 2020,
What does 20 see? And then I feel like that's another issue. Then, like Chidi said about cultural things and a belief system. If I keep saying, oh, it's 2020 or because it's 21 and every year these things are changing, then I'm just moving my belief systems and what I want to go with the years instead of staying true to what I want my family to be, my legacy to be. So I don't care if it's 2020, 2025, 2045. I'm still.
Well, I don't know if we can divorce ourselves from the time that we live in.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
And what I guess my point to that is saying that not that you should subscribe to everything that's happening in this time and age if that's not true to who you are or your values or the type of relationship that you want. But in the same way that you said, oh, women are earning more now, so we recognize that changes relationship dynamic.
Yes.
If we're going to say that men in the role that we're traditionally supposed to have is earning and providing, and women are supposed to be domestic and supportive, and if we're adjusting those things, then naturally the way that we relate to one another in a relationship sense will be adjusted as such.
Harry's a cold piece of work. Harry's a cold piece of work. Give Harry a hand. Well, I want to get to this audience question. What's your name and what's your question?
Portia.
How you doing, Portia?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Good. So, this is just a random comment based on what was just said. Now, what I've learned and the biggest mistake I've made is that if a relationship doesn't work, it's because I'm trying to navigate what I think a relationship is, as opposed to navigating the relationship in a way that makes sense for me. So I just wanted to put that out there because everything you said about, well, who pays and who asks out who, I think, well, what do you want to do? What makes sense to you? Because if you're trying to fit this role of masculinity, femininity, whatever else, that's when you're going to end up miserable. But my question has to do... my question has to do with cultural differences. So, born and raised in the UK, and I have a Caribbean background, and I'm exclusively dating Americans who don't seem to embrace even like the UK side of me. I don't even bring up my Caribbean roots. So I'm put off dating, I'm single by choice because I've yet to even be in a situation where I can bring my full self into that scenario. So especially for Chidi, I'm curious in how you navigate relationships where there is that difference, even for those who don't have that cultural dynamic. How do you determine and navigate whether or not you can bring your full self into that relationship? And if it is a yes or no, how do you decide to move forward? Because whenever I've moved forward, it seemed cool, and then they're not who they say they are.
Right. Well,
so that just kind of puts me off.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you for your question.
I think
answer that, buddy.
The majority of people in society and worldly at all, we all first present our representatives of who we're supposed to be. And ideally, that's our wall, our shield to say, okay, this person's gonna like me if I do X, Y, and Z, and then you get tired of pretending after a while, and then it's like, well, this is who I actually am. And culturally, if you continue to keep pretending, my mother always would say, when you lie to yourself. So if you're lying to yourself consistently, you have to figure out, like, why am I lying to me to appease somebody else's understanding of who I think I want to be or who I am. Because if you said if it's a yes or a no culturally, it's a no. The culture is me. There is no opposition. There is no. I am the culture. This is who I am. I am Chidi. I'm Nigerian. I can't change that because you don't like it. It doesn't work. So, there's 7.25 billion people on this earth and counting. I'll find somebody else.
Good answer.
So there's a popular term going around amongst professional women and it's dating down. And it seems like when men were the top earners and if they were to date a woman who made less, it was no problem. But when women do it, it's dating down. How do you guys feel about that?
Well,
what do you talk to me, Harry?
Hottie.
Correction.
No, I think that, you know, it goes back to, again, the roles that we prescribe to one another. And so if we're going to say that men are the ones who are supposed to earn, and so then it's not out of the norm for us to imagine that he would provide or pay for a woman. And now, I would say this. I would say if we're asking for equality, right? If we're saying we want men and women to be treated equally, to be looked at equally, then that means that there may be a re-examining of what those roles actually are. And I think that term has a very negative connotation, as if to say that the only thing that a man can provide is financial. And if that's the main resource in which you're looking for to get a man, or that's the main thing that you look for in a man, perhaps you should apply yourself and get your own income, because I think that that's not the best thing to build a relationship off of.
So, Heidi, do you feel like everything should be split 50-50?
I think that's for anyone in a relationship to kind of define and discern themselves. But I think that if we're going to say then that women are now declaring that we want to be treated equally, well, equality does come with responsibility as well. And I think that that's important to have as part of that conversation too.
It's like a term I use. I use a term called modified equality.
Well, what's that mean, Smooth? And I tell them,
I think it's some women want certain perks.
See how he starts sitting?
You know what I'm saying? You know, they want different perks, but then some things they want to pick different generations of when they like, oh, I like the old school way in this, but I like the new school way in that. You know, and like you said, like you date men who approach you, you might limit yourself to only dating who approaches you instead of who you want. And therefore you might end up, I didn't really like this guy, but he was the one that brought you to drink first and said, hey, how you
Sorry to cut you, but connect that to a job. If you want a position, you don't wait for it at home to call you. You go out and acquiesce for yourself to this position. I want to be at this top earner level. I have to go get that. If I see a man who I think I want to talk to or be with, I'm going to go get him. If he's not my type, I won't know if I don't ask.
I understand that, but see, here's my thing. A relationship is not a position that I'm looking to climb. I'm looking to unite with someone and build with someone, and also understand the role of being a woman is to submit. And that's something that a lot of women don't even want to admit to because there's a negative connotation on that. So if I'm I want this man to approach me, that means I'm comfortable in knowing that I'll be in a position to submit to him. And that means he can lead not only in a financial way, but in a emotional way. So that's all a part of that for me. So no, I don't look at a relationship as a business deal. I look at we're growing and building together.
Yo, you know what? Hold on, nigga. I love Chelsea because she's talking about submitting, and every time Mike is over here, he downs me for talking about a woman submitting to me.
I think that women, I don't see anything wrong with, here's the thing, this is the issue I feel like, because I'm a very strong woman, I'm an outspoken woman as well, but I believe in submission, but I have to know that you can lead, and that comes with trust. And that's the issue with that, is there's this connotation that black women don't submit. No, it's knowing that I can trust you. And not saying that you're going to do everything right or everything's going to be perfect, but knowing that you will not let our household or our relationship fall, that by any means necessary, you'll figure it out. And we'll figure it out together.
But if he does fail, I mean, because we're not perfect, we do fail.
You are going to fail, and it's not for me to emasculate you. If anything, that's when it's for me to lift you up as your woman. That's when the submission is, that's when I'm supposed to stand tall and say, you know what? This fell through, baby. It's all right. We're going to figure it out.
Now, do you believe you are the majority? With their belief.
With women in general.
Women in general.
My group of friends, yes.
You're in a bubble. Because women only really, you got a small bubble. You probably go out with one girl, y'all go out of the country, then come back, you hate each other. You be like, she ain't my friend no more. So how many friends do you have? And how many?
I keep a small circle because that's just who I am.
Gotcha.
But I believe that most of my friends now are either in serious relationships or are married.
Okay.
So. And again, I feel like that's just the stereotype too that's being pushed upon us, especially as black men and black women, is to tear down that household and to say, oh, women are earning all this money and now we don't want to submit. I know earning women. I have not heard this out of their mouth. So when I see these articles or I see these things on Facebook, I'm like, well, where did you get that from?
Right.
That's a narrative that's being fed to us. So I don't subscribe to it.
What type of woman are you looking for, brother? I want to know what you look for,
man, Donnie.
Listen here.
Ask me that too, because I got something.
We'll ask everyone.
You know what, man? I think really I'm looking for chemistry, man, because things you cannot put on paper. Because we live in a world where I think a lot of women say, well, I got this. Why don't I have this? And I think sometimes women need to understand what you look for in a man is not what a man is looking for in you. You know what I'm saying? So they'll enter the relationship is saying, hey, things they're interested in a man. So I achieved this goal. But why doesn't any man want to date me? It's because we look for different things. And like we're in LA. It's like I said, it's a large market. It's a lot of distractions. I want to come home every night and be like, I'm with my best friend, and not just someone that's just like, oh, well, she got a good position, she got a nice spot. You know, some people are even in subscription-based relationships.
Oh, what's that?
Oh man, let me tell you.
What is that, Ashley?
Subscription-based relationships is with you with someone because they got a different streaming service than you.
What?
You got Hulu, they got Netflix.
Talk about it.
You know what I'm saying? You got HBO Go, and they trying to see the new next episode of Insecure.
I was with you. Now I got to move on to Chief. Come on, Chief. Talk to me. What about you, Chief?
In all honesty, communication. Communication is key. If we can't talk, it don't mean nothing. She can have the biggest, we call it nyash in Nigeria. Nyash. She can have nyash, but if we can't communicate with each other, I'm for real, nyash. If we can't communicate with each other, then there's nothing there, because ideally the relationship is based off of talking to each other, getting to know each other, having each other's back, and knowing when to submit, and knowing to kind of suppress or success some of the ideas of our relationship. But if you can't have that through communication, you just fooling around physically, what are we doing? 7.25 billion and counting.
Let's Harry. Hot D.
There you go.
Thank you, brother. You got it. You right.
Looking for, I think, for me, an intellectual curiosity, sense of humor.
You want them deep brothers.
Passionate purpose. No, I mean, I think that for me, it's about, when you say that, I think that when it comes to, I think what I feel like in looking for a partner, I think the best thing that you can do is invest in self first and really try to cultivate the characteristics that you feel like you look for. And whether that means someone who's exciting or who travels or who's interested, cultivate those things in yourself. And I think that there's a recognition that can happen when you do encounter that individual, and that can be mutual, and then some kind of magic can happen. But you know, that, like I said, sense of humor is big for me. I love to laugh. You know, it's not all serious all the time.
You can't laugh, we can't go.
Last question for you guys. What advice would you give to ladies who are dating from a male perspective?
Be intentional.
Okay.
Be intentional with what you actually want, not what you think you want. You can't date an idea, you have to date the man.
Oh, that boy cheating. That boy cheating. Oh.
I would say take the time to really confront and be honest about whatever emotional baggage you have. We all have different versions of what that looks like. But I think before you're really ready to meet someone in a very serious way, in an intimate way that we're talking, I think you really have to handle those things internally and personally first for it to be its best thing.
Okay, Ashton?
I would say, definitely, I agree 110 with these brothers said, but also just it's okay to let that person know you like them. You know, don't be so caught up in saying, I don't want to be the first one to say this and all that stuff. And you know, if you don't, rejections happens, you know what I'm saying? We're adults, but that's okay. If that person's not for you, it's all good. But put yourself out there, you feel that way, let them know. If not, move on. That's it. All right? What happens to the best of us?
Well, we want to thank you guys so much for being here. This was definitely an insightful conversation, and we want to thank each and every one of you for being here. And we also would like to thank our guest, Dion Cole, for coming through and giving us some funny and dating advice on our situation. We want to thank our studio audience for being here and watching us. And be sure to tune into the Fox Soul TV mobile app. See you next Monday at 8 p.m. Pacific Time, 11 p.m. Eastern. Up next is the Tammy Mack Lake Show. You'll want to stay tuned for this for her first dance battle with dance sensation Lorianne Gibson. See you next week.
Hey everyone, Claudia Jordan here. Make sure you catch my show, Out Loud with Claudia Jordan, every night, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. But for now, check out this black business you should know about.
My name is Stevie Baggs Jr. and welcome to Mancation, the luxury lifestyle travel series for the mature man of color. We'll be highlighting black-owned businesses right here in the city of Atlanta. So pack your bags and let's go on to Mancation. So we just got our sweet tooth filled at McCartry's Ice Cream. Now we're about to go say what's up to my man Kamal at Sublime Donuts. Come on in, let's go. Kamal.
Hey, what's happening?
Doing well, man. How you doing?
Good. Appreciate you stopping by.
Nah, man, thanks for having me. You know, we've been hearing a lot of fuss in the city about Sublime Donuts, so we had to come pay you guys a visit.
I appreciate y'all stopping by and showing the little donut shop some love.
We heard that there was a connection between you, Dunkin' Donuts, the Navy. Can you tie all of that in?
When I was in high school trying to figure out what I wanted to do, what I wanted to be for the rest of my life, an executive for Dunkin' Donuts came into a little cooking class at the time, and he was just speaking about how he would go to the Dunkin' Donuts R&D lab and try the experimental donuts, and I was like, man, that sounds like a great job making experimental donuts. So I was like, I should become a pastry chef. I didn't have any money for college at the time, so after high school I went to the Navy and I had to bake in the Navy for all these angry sailors in the middle of the ocean, and you really learn how to bake good stuff when you got instant feedback from angry people in the middle of the night. I went to the Culinary Institute of America up in Hyde Park, New York, and learned from the world's greatest chefs and bakers. And I was driving by 10th Street, saw a little donut shop for lease, and was like, you know what? You was talking all that stuff, Kamal. Let's see if you're gonna give it a shot. You've been figuring it out. 10 years strong now.
10 years strong. Very diverse, which is what I like, because there's a difference between being a black-owned business and a black business.
I mean, we are a black-owned business, and if you're a black person, you probably can see certain slight aesthetics, and you're like, hold on, the black people own this spot? Like, you listen, why is there 90s R&B playing all the time? When I first opened up, I would be at the counter working with my employees, and if I just had one white dude at the counter working with me, the person that I'm helping, they would immediately go to the white dude and say, hey, so how do you like owning the donut shop? I'm like, he's not the owner, the guy right there's the owner. I'm wearing a t-shirt.
What is the one thing that separates Sublime Donuts from all the other donut shops in the world?
We try to put love and whimsical flavors in our donuts. The whole world isn't just Fords, you know what I'm saying? They got Fords and they got Lamborghinis. We're trying to be the Lamborghini of donuts.
We know that your mother is usually spotted at the 10th Street one. How does that dynamic work?
She always would help me out, because when I first opened up, I didn't really have any money to hire people. So she was my one employee that I had there, and she would come after Walmart and help me out and do some things with me. So, you know, after we got rocking and rolling, she was like, I don't want to go to Walmart no more. So I was like, sure.
What's the one thing that sticks out to people when they talk about your donuts?
They say they're really well-defined flavors, and the flavors really work and are unique, and they're not too overly sweet. You know, they're well-balanced, and that's kind of the goal.
It's time for me to try one of your donuts, because I was scared. When I heard salt and vinegar, I'm like, this can't be good. Let's go back and see what you have. I'm gonna try the glaze first. Let me see what's going on.
Let me know how we got it, how it goes. How is it? Okay, boom.
That's a good donut, man.
Thank you, thank you.
Red velvet.
Red velvet.
In our community, you can make a red velvet.
This is true.
You win it. So I'm about to find out.
People get confused. Is it gonna be a cake? No, it's a donut. So we took the red velvet cake and put it in a donut. And this is what we have.
You know something right here, man. So y'all gotta try this red velvet donut, man. I'm telling you. All right. Last but not least. What's this called again?
Fresh strawberries and cream.
And it is fresh strawberries. I'm talking about, you can see them.
Yeah.
Ray Charles can see it.
Yeah, a lot of people come in here and be like, I don't like stuff inside my donuts.
Me
and I'm
neither,
like,
man. I don't. That's why I'm taking a walk on the wild side with this.
Because you've been mistreated by other donuts. Don't bring donut prejudice inside this donut shop, okay?
Mancation is the judgment-free zone.
Yes, so
all right, so here
give
we
it
go.
a shot. Let me know.
Mancation.
There you go, sir.
Thank you, brother. Sublime Donuts has my vote. How can we support your movement?
Just go www.sublimedonuts.com, SUBLIMEDOUGHNUTS, and that's on Facebook and Instagram the same way, and on Twitter. So just check us out there.
Salute. We'll see y'all later. And there you have it, another stamp in your digital passport. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. I'm Stevie Bags Jr. And until next time, spend your dollars black and keep your bags packed for the next mancation.
Hi, I'm Deidre Dukes. I'm here with Yolanda Owens, owner of Iwi Fresh Spa here in the Castleberry Hill District. Thanks for joining us today.
Yes, glad to be here.
You have really made quite the imprint here.
Yes, 11 years. Sometimes I can't believe it's been 11 years. It's like, wow.
What makes Iwi Fresh stand out, the services you provide here?
Did you know what IWI stands for?
What does IWI stand for?
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
So,
I like it.
Yes, so whatever it is, that's what it is. We are a farm-to-skin spa. And so what we do is we partner with local farms. We handpick all our fruits and vegetables. We bring them back here to the spa where we juice them and we mix them and we make skincare recipes. We take those recipes and we use them for our services. So we have veggie facials, veggie massages, herbal compressive massages, and veggie mani-pedis.
Yolanda, you're really ahead of your time because you were doing years ago, decades ago, what people are now just kind of coming on board with today.
Yes, I mean, we were the pioneers, part of, an innovation type process, but it was very early on. And it's been a long journey because a lot of people were not on board to the farm to skin or natural beauty, natural self-care, sustainable self-care. And so our goal is to really teach them to feeding their skin the truth because there's so much toxin out there. And so we want to be that non-toxin self-care.
And this really dates back to really your grandmother.
Yes.
And what she taught you and what she showed you, that love of yourself and preserving ourselves both physically and also just spiritually as well, because there's that spiritual connection, I think.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, the true founder of Iwi Fresh is my grandmother. And I remember when I was a little girl, she lived in Louisiana, and we would go visit her for the summer. And she would literally take seeds of everything, of her lemon, anything that had seeds in it, she would literally throw it to the side of the back porch. And we would literally just watch things grow. And she would take things from that garden and create all type of remedies for the illness of the family. And I never realized the power of it until I got older, and even when I was in college, she would send me these care packages with onions and garlic and collard greens and all these different things that we would do. So I realized the power of that, and that's when I decided that we don't have that. We're away from that. We don't have that anymore. So let's take it back to the basics and let's open up Iwi Fresh.
And out of that hobby, you could say, has come this thriving business. And talk about that.
Yes, because before this, I have a degree in computer engineering. So I worked as a computer engineer in corporate America for many years. And then it was something that was not really, there was something missing. I still wanted to do more. And I think it was more of me, my grandmother had passed away, and it was I wanted to create this legacy. And wanted to do something that was really going to be healthy for us and good for us. And so I started doing my research about skincare and just how toxin a lot of personal care products are, And that's when I decided we have to create something that's really true and real. And a lot of the nail shops where they wear the mask, and I was like, we can't have that. We got to be able to have a safe place for self-care. So, and I said, I want to be able to carry on the legacy of my grandmother. So let's open up Iwi Fresh.
So Yolanda, how can folks find you?
They can find us at www.iwifresh.com. That's IWIFresh.com. And then that's also our Instagram and our Facebook. All our social media handle is IWIFresh.com. And we're in Castleberry Hill. We're downtown Atlanta by the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. We're at 341 Nelson Street, Atlanta, Georgia, 30313.
to like Fridays because it's 2 days that I don't have a show. Have you ever enjoyed your job so much that you wanted an extra 2 days versus not? And a hush fell across the room. Welcome to the Tammy Mac Late Show on Fox Soul! Let's get right to this because we have a hell of a show for you tonight. It's time for some Tam Talk. Now, before we get it started, let me invite everyone to connect with us by commenting on the foxsoul.tv message board, or you can call us at 866-FOX-SOUL because we are live and we want to hear from you, baby. First of all, we cannot get this Friday kicked off without wishing, clapping, yelling, and praising our girl, Michelle Obama. Happy birthday! Yes, and Betty White, too. The mother of Cam Newton's child has accused the player of reneging on a settlement. Newton actually sued the woman last year for paternity, joint physical custody, and visitation for their 4 children. He admitted to signing the birth certificates, but wanted DNA proof, according to Gossip.com. Wait a minute, hold on. You got 4 kids, and now you're not sure, my dude? Really? You ain't asked for no DNA proof after the first one, the second one, or the third one? Oh, yeah. I'm side-eyeing you, Cam. I'm side-eyeing you. The Carolina Panther said he was paying what they had agreed upon and says she's actually just trying to expand the deal. I think she expanded the deal when she had them 4 damn kids. Beyonce is expanding her brand literally every second of the day. She revealed the long-anticipated Ivy Park Adidas collection on Instagram today, and it's all sold out, y'all. Brendan, we cannot clap it up to the Ivy Park Adidas being sold out because I cannot get it now. You cannot get it now. Like, come on. Y'all know we was going in for that. Why you didn't make enough product? I mean, and it's everything. The Instagram, the brand, the outfits are off the chain, y'all. I'm a Beyonce fan and Adidas fan, so you know y'all gonna see me rocking my Ivy Park Adidas on this stage soon as they get some more in stock. B's sister is making an announcement that isn't so great. Solange has canceled 2 shows in Australia because of health concerns. Solange is a resident performer at the Sydney Opera House and was scheduled to do 4 shows. So we hope you get better, Solange. This may be good or bad Rihanna news, depending on your perspective, okay? Riri and her billionaire boyfriend have broken up, y'all. The 2 have been dating for 3 years. Somebody's happy. Let me just ruin your life for a moment here. She's never gonna date you. So fellas, if you think you got a shot, it's good news for you. But ladies, if you are romantic and was hoping that this was the one for Rihanna, it's bad news for you. But I'm sure Rihanna herself is all good. Okay, now this one right here, y'all, is the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life. A deaf man who can't hear, has filed a lawsuit against the Pornhub website. The lawsuit was filed by a man who couldn't enjoy the adult videos on the site since there is not an option for closed caption. The class action suit, yes, it's a class action suit, which means more can join in on the suit, claims that the site violates the rights of the deaf and hearing impaired under the American with Disabilities Act. I just don't know how you caption that. How do you caption, All you need is one letter on the keyboard, apparently. Speaking of porn, I'm not sure how many of you remember the Fry Festival. Now, this is the swanky festival that went wrong in the Bahamas that sent the creator to jail and gave rapper Ja Rule a bad name. Well, if you watch the documentary, there was a festival organizer named Andy King who was willing to give men at customs a nice oral pleasure in lieu of $175,000 if they would release the festival's water, because you can't take the water. There was a lot of water. They had to pay to get the water. And so this dude was like, I'll go get the water. And they was like, but we don't have $175,000. You think maybe you could give him a blowjob? And he was like, I'm good. I got you. I'll take one for the team. And so now Andy King of Blowjobs has gotten a deal with Evian Water. Okay. How can we Americans continue to tell our children that if you just work hard and stay committed and be good to people, that you will reap the rewards? I mean, it's got to be a difficult thing to raise honest, wholesome, and dedicated children in this nation today. I mean, a millionaire grabs pussy and becomes the president, and a failed festival organizer sucks dick and gets an endorsement deal. Meanwhile, we teaching our kids to do right. For what? So they can be overlooked and underpaid? Kiss my ass. And maybe you'll get a job. All right, I'm done with Tam Talk for today, y'all. I'm done. I'm so done. Let's get this show kicking, all right? Today, we're going to do a little something different. Today, I want you to welcome, look, she's been to the show. We had mad chemistry. I fell in love with her, and I begged her to come back because she's got some stuff that we need to talk about. Queen of Boom Cack, please welcome professional dancer and star maker Lorianne Gibson to the Tammy McLean Show. Oh, wow. Hi, baby.
Tammy. Oh. You're so awesome. Thank you for having me.
It's Friday. For coming back. The kicks are off the chain, first of all. The kicks, man. Oh.
McQueen.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I brought you back for a couple of reasons. I want to do more dancing.
Okay.
But I want to talk about, because the last time you were here, we did not get to talk about making the band.
We didn't.
Right. We were having so much fun. You were like, oh, and by the way, I'm making the band. And I was like, wait a minute, hold on. So I want to go back to the original making the band.
Well, thank you for having me back, by the way, because you are so incredible.
Thank you, Lorianne.
And it's so magical watching you do what you do. It's effortless, it's brilliant, and I just really want to tell you how awesome you are. You're so amazing.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you, I accept it. She's the star maker, she knows what she's talking about.
That part.
Do you feel like making the band was a success in its first run?
In the first run, I didn't know what it was. I was very traumatized. I remember asking Puffy if he would do a testimony on a dance DVD that I was doing. And he said, sure, but you have to do me a favor. And I was like, he said, first. And I was like, okay, what is that? He's like, I want you to do this thing for me. It's making the band. Just go down to the studio and I want to make a girl group. And it was like, I had no idea. And so he knew that once I got into what I love to do so much, that it was going to be this big explosion. That's what makes him such a good star maker.
Right.
But I was young, and I was very passionate about making a #1 band. That's all I knew. But it also traumatized me because I knew nothing about reality TV.
Right.
No one gave me a handbook. No one even told me what it entailed. So I didn't know. I had no idea. But I knew that I wanted to make a #1 group, and I knew that my talent was definitely sufficient enough.
One of the moments, well, that's real. One of the moments that I remember about making the band was when Puffy, 2 moments, I guess. Puffy made them walk across the bridge. Y'all laughing? Y'all remember that moment? He made them walk across the bridge. What do you think? It seemed like much like sorority fraternity hazing to me. Was he hazing them? Is it like, what does walking across the bridge to get a piece of pie and coming back, what does that do to help? make a band?
It establishes how hungry you are, literally and figuratively.
Okay.
But honestly, when you're in the moment, when we were in the moment, and you face like the defiant nature of a young, entitled person who has the opportunity to follow their dream, and you can't really break them in order to make them, you try to do anything you can, because the goal is to produce talent that will be able to sustain. So in that moment, when you're reaching, you're like, you know what? Go get me cheesecake. You know, and it was just so authentic and so real. It wasn't something that was pre-produced.
Right.
It was like, you know, Puff, I want cheesecake. And so it turned into this big thing. But the idea that we're rebooting it, when he first came to me and he was like, we're gonna do Making the Band again, I was like, you're joking, right?
And that's why I asked if the first one was successful. I obviously remember Day 26, which was a huge group for a very small time. So do you believe that this is, that Making the Band 2 will spawn a group that could perhaps soar? Because they had a lot of internal issues.
That is shady bomb.
No.
Shade bomb on aisle two.
I love that. No. They had a lot of the group members had a lot of internal issues and things that they needed to maybe get over for it to happen.
No, 100%. And I think the thing that people don't realize is that, you know, a lot of artists have internal battles, right? The thing is, these kids never grew up together. They were picked to be together. So myself and Puff and writers and producers, we're like always being the sixth member or the fourth member to create and gel in a short period of time what takes years to really generate between people. I think what happens is we did a great job. I mean, Day 26, them boys could sing.
Yes, they could.
They were stars.
And they were hungry.
They were hungry.
Yeah.
And what happens? That ego, the deception, the perception that you've made it. Therefore, you must make these irrational choices where you're the only most talented person on the face of this earth. Suddenly that hunger becomes, you know, disrespectful, and you suddenly think you know all that you need to know, and then you start making bad choices. And that's out of our control. But it is not that we didn't make an incredible group. I mean, Day 26, they're still fantastic. It's just sad that sometimes you can't catch them when they're about to make that decision that will implode themselves.
So what will be different, right? What will be different about this new installment of Making the Band?
Tammy Mac, I can't tell you everything.
But you can tell me something, girl.
Honey. Woo! Like, we're in pre-production now, and if you believe that you are that star and you're like at home curled up right now, I'm telling you, this is not a game. This is a new narrative. You know, we want to build sustainable artists. We want to take the magic and bring it back to what music is really supposed to do: entertain, inspire, take me higher. So we're looking for those kids that have been gifted.
Yes.
And are looking for
the
opportunity.
The thing I love the most about Making the Band was that the people that you picked, they were all extremely talented.
100%.
So it wasn't about their story, it wasn't about their looks,
Right.
it wasn't about these external,
Gimmicks.
superficial things. It
Yeah.
was literally about their talent.
You're 100% right. And that, the bar has now been raised. Because where we are in the music industry with Instagram and the Insta fame or the look like an artist, right? For a very short amount of time, we have to now go and take advantage of how much access we have and change the narrative. Teach them, reteach them how to understand what good music is, what a real talent is, what a real show is. Not just walking back and forth on stage, not just like afraid to be on stage. There's a process of development that will secure an artist from going through those mental breakdowns and not being emotionally prepared to deliver their music live.
Right. So I have to ask, because you bring in social media, will it matter are you looking for Instagram influencers? Will you be using people who have lots of followers on Instagram and Snapchat and TikTok and all of that? How will that be incorporated into the show?
Well, for me, Mother Boom Cat, because there will be some other kids, I don't care about a title. I don't care about the why. I'm not going to buy into, I'm not a follower. I'm not going to buy into what you're trying to sell me. I want talent. I want to be able to find that person that believes in something that hasn't manifested yet, that they're holding on to with faith. I want them to sing and dance with the purest part of their gift. So for me, and I think what I'm known for is it's going to be a bumpy ride, because right now we have to be better than the mediocrity that's out there. And I'm excited about what that's gonna look like, what it's gonna sound like, and what that process is.
What do you think mediocrity looks like today?
Oh, I could give you a whole list, honey, bunches of oats. But I'm not gonna do that on the Tammy Mac Show. You know who you are, and everybody knows that, right? But we're not gonna do that because, you know, always with love, you inspire, so we're just gonna create an option so that you will understand very quickly what is mediocre and what is great.
That's fantastic. Love it, love it. And how ready are you for this, Lorianne?
You know, we'll keep it 100. I'm just gagging, actually. I'm like going through like post-traumatic syndrome because I'm like, I can't believe the show that almost, you know, challenged me, because after I had that big fight with Puff, it was like everybody turned their backs on me. I had to go through a big, you know, readjustment. People thought I was crazy, and I was passionate. And I mean, you know, it's not easy building superstars. That takes a different type of muscle. So now that we're coming back and they're like, yay, I'm like,
okay. No, but what I love about you is that, and what I learned about you is that you literally, you believe in natural raw talent, and all of the other stuff around it can really just kiss your ass. And that's why you walked away from the first making the band. I think it was the first one. Making the band. And so I respect that about you. The fact that you have enough belief in yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
That you don't have to deal with something that you feel like is not honoring your gift from God.
No, amen. Jesus, yes. Hallelujah. Come on, David. Which is so important, because I think people just want to believe in the hype, and obviously that's just going to go away. But the integrity, you know, the integrity when no one's looking is what has built my character. And I want to inspire that, because I think, like, what people need to understand is that no matter what other people are doing, there's still destiny for you. There's still an unpaved road that's designed for you. You know, no matter how many people are out there doing it a million different ways and the perception of success, there's still an untraveled road that belongs to you. And those are like the people I want to help believe in their own road, not someone else's version of themselves, but you. I want you to sing that note. I want you to dance that step as better than anyone who's supposedly supposed to be great.
Yes. So when can we expect making the band?
Well, we are...
Can you, wait, before you tell me that, can you tell me any other celebrities that are going to be on the show?
Ooh, the list is fierce. But at the same token, it's not a celebrity-driven mindset. Obviously, I can't give away anymore because we're literally doing all of that.
But I was gonna get exclusive.
makingtheband.com, casting, we're open. We're going to 5 cities. So stay tuned.
Do you know the cities
launched.
yet? Can you say the cities?
I can. I know that the first city is Atlanta.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm super excited about that. It's people who really do this. You know, it's very difficult when a lot of people put a celebrity in front of talent, and sometimes that celebrity isn't in a place to pull out something from someone else or doesn't know how to see raw talent. It's very, you have to really do this. You have to really develop talent, cover it.
And they don't do that anymore, Lorianne.
I know.
That doesn't exist.
But it's what it takes, you know?
Yeah.
To follow in the footsteps of our history, of our Whitneys, of our Michaels, of our Princes, of our Shaka Khans, of our Janets, of our Puff Daddies, of our Alicia Keys, of our Boom Cats, of our Tammy Macs, you know what I mean? We are great. We have a standard. So it's very important that, especially brown and black and island and people of culture, we have to embrace the bigness and the power of what we do instead of suppressing it so it's digestible.
Yes. Your favorite memory from making the band? I took you back. I took you too far back.
No, my favorite memory, I don't think I have a favorite memory. I don't. I think I'll have one from this time.
Yeah.
From the reboot, yeah.
Okay.
I was traumatized.
And for, look, you told me already, but just, you were really traumatized. Like,
it was, I don't
even know why you're going back.
Well, there's a good thing behind that. Also because I'm a producer, and my brother really is awesome at supporting the growth and where I am as a visionary. And so
when you say your brother, you mean Puffy?
Yes.
Okay.
Right, I forgot.
Just forgot
that guy. But it's really great. So, you know, to go back not only obviously as the creative director, choreographer, and I'll have a massive amount of teams and it's going to be so super packed with amazingness, but I'm also a producer, yeah.
Okay, okay. That's a reason to go back for sure.
Exactly.
Yes. So we're gonna take a break because I cannot have Lorianne here and not get our dance on. It's Friday Night Dance Party, baby, with Lorianne coming back. We got a dance competition and we gonna do
Hey everyone, Dr. Sean here. Make sure you tune into my show On the 7 with Dr. Sean every night at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific. But for now, enjoy a few laughs.
I think women should come with a warning label like medication. I saw a commercial that we've all seen. It's a commercial for medication where the side effects of the medication are way worse than whatever the medicine is trying to cure, right? We've all seen this commercial. It's hilarious every time. I had an epiphany that night. I go, that's women. Ladies, you're that medication, which is awesome. You're curing something and doing a lot of good. But whether you like to admit it or not, you all come with all these side effects, right? And as men, when we meet you, you don't come with a label. So it's not like, hey, Sharon, and then you turn around, there's a list of ingredients and side effects down your back. No, as men, we have to figure out your side effects on our own, the hard way. And you're very addicting. You haven't been tested by the FDA at all, right? You're just out here changing lives, right? So I think we need a commercial for you, and this is what I've worked out so far, right? We're gonna run this commercial during SportsCenter, the NFL, NBA, MLB, whatever dudes are watching. It's a commercial about women for men. Are you a man and you feel like you're missing something in your life that sports and beer just won't fill the void of? Do you have all kinds of extra money and no idea what to do with it? Isn't it time you talk to your doctor about vagina? Side effects of vagina may include nausea, headaches, back pain, loss of time, loss of decision making, loss of balls, loss of Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, thoughts of suicide, thoughts of homicide, babies, what the hell, babies? Side effects of vagina may include new eating habits that you hate but you're forced to get used to. Side effects of vagina may include text messages that have no answers like, do you think my friend Kelly is attractive? Why are you asking? Yes, I think Kelly's attractive. She's probably the hottest chick I've ever met in my life. Kind of wish I was dating her instead of you, but I can't say that to you. So what I'm gonna say is, who is Kelly? Ask your doctor if vagina's right for you. Don't try vagina. If you're gay, it may become gay at any point. Don't use two different vaginas at one time if one of them doesn't know about it, because she'll find out and kill you. And finally, don't use vagina if you're into freedom, independence, or still have dreams. Standing ovation, standing ovation.
Tammy Mac, oh, what show is that? Tammy Mac Show on Fox Soul.
Hey, 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 welcome back to the Tammy Mac Late Show. If you're just joining us, I've been talking to star maker extraordinaire Lorianne Gibson, yay, about the revamp of Making the Band.
That part.
That part right there. Well, look, of course she's talking about making the band because she makes stars, but she's a dancer. Would you consider yourself a dancer first?
I am a dancer. First, middle, last. I am definitely, that is my tribe. Once a real dancer, always a dancer.
Well, I can't have a real dancer that's always a dancer here and then we not dance, Lorianne. So now y'all get ready to kick off the dance battle! We have 6 dancers ready to show us their moves, and you will be the deciding factor of who wins our dance party tonight. Ooh. All you have to do is vote. So go to foxsoul.tv/vote and vote for whichever dancer you want to win tonight. So let's get to it. Let's get to our first 2 dancers. Front and center, come on up, Chris and Mark. Woo! Yay! All right now, we are ready. So how long have you been dancing?
I've been dancing 15 years. I'm from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Have a bachelor's in fine arts.
Oh.
Yes.
So Oklahoma is famous for like hold down kind of dancing. Right.
And he said a bachelor. That's code for I really dance.
And you, Mark?
I've been dancing for about 12 years. I'm from the Bronx, New York, so you guys know how that goes.
All right, so he's gonna bring that hip hop vibe. So, want to give them a shot? Let them do their thing.
You know, first, Mother always says, you know, a competition is that, but you're always a winner, right? So that's good. Let's remember that. And then, other than that, dance for your lives.
Let's hear it for Mark and Chris.
I don't know about you, but I'm mother lit. I don't know about you, but I'm mother lit. I don't know about you, but I'm mother lit. I don't know about you, but I'm mother lit. I don't know about you, but I'm mother lit. I don't know about you, but I'm mother lit. I don't know about you, but I'm mother lit. I don't know about you, but I'm mother lit.
Okay, so Chris in the red hat and Mark, and what you have to do is go to Fox Soul, all my soulmates out there, go to foxsoul.tv/vote and vote now for either Chris, who had the red hat on, or Mark. Lorianne, your thoughts real quick.
Well, again, I mean, both of you were exceptional, you know that, and I love you guys so much because I know, you know, dancers have the hardest plight in life sometimes, so these guys are exceptional. I'm interested to see what the fans think. Both of y'all did amazing for 2 completely different reasons.
Yeah.
Yeah, and my assistant actually is in the audience, Chris.
Chris.
Right? What happens, yeah, and I think a part of your belt or something came off, right? And did he not work it? And that is like a big thing for dancers. If anything pops off, use it and dance it. And we love you for knowing that.
Because I thought you did a magic trick. I thought I was like, oh, he came with props. Me too. So the winner is in of this dance battle, and the winner is Chris. There are the scores right there.
Chris, you got some fans out there.
Come on, vote.
So, Chris, you head to the demo stage over there. Mark, thank you so much. Lorianne can grab that. Okay, it's time to get my next two dancers here, so please welcome Crystal and Marissa to the stage.
Crystal.
Marisa.
And Crystal.
Crystal, yes, ma'am.
Lorianne, I have a quick question for you. What is the difference between women who dance and men who dance? Should there be something that women think about that maybe happens with men? I don't know. Should there be a difference?
I mean, no, we should be equally as effective, right? I don't think that women should just be objectified, just sexy. You know, there's a lot of that going around on Instagram, hip hop and heels, and I'm here for it. But I still need you to dance with strength and confidence. I mean, it's easy to dance with your butt cheeks out and then get attention. And obviously, these ladies are here to really dance.
I see.
And not just be butt-ass naked. So I'm excited.
Marisa, where are you from?
I'm from Texas.
Oh, what part?
San Antonio.
Okay, I'm a Houston gal myself. So where was your first place you ever danced?
Ooh, at a studio in Texas, San Antonio. I was like studio pretty much how I was raised through high school. And then,
I heard you were a cheerleader for the Spurs?
Yes. Yes, for 4 years.
That's a good gig. That's a good gig. I was a Knicks City girl for one day.
I love that.
One day. Okay.
Like, this is not for mother.
Not for me. Not boom cacking in this piece.
Honey bunches. I've got to free myself. It has nothing to do with basketball.
Crystal.
Yes, ma'am.
So where was the first place you danced?
First place I danced was, coming out the womb.
I was about to say in the heavenly realm.
You know, yeah, I kind of just was born dancing.
Get
I just like came out kicking my little feet. No, really, honestly, church was the first place I like started dancing.
You did your praise dance.
I did liturgical dancing, yes.
Praise dance.
That was my thing. I just.
It's about to be a battle.
I felt the spirit, you know? I always feel the spirit. I feel the spirit.
Yes, come on.
That was actually the first thing I said to them. They were like, "Are you gonna freestyle?" Or I was like, "I'm gonna feel the spirit."
That's what we do.
Yeah.
We
what
body
does it
the
mean? What does
spirit,
it
so-
mean when a dancer feels the spirit?
You know what? So
That's
for
a good
me,
question. We gonna take a
so for
kumbaya.
me, it's like I don't know. I just whatever mood I'm in, I catch that vibe and I just go wherever it takes me, wherever the vibe takes me. It's no thinking involved in it. It's just however you feel, you just put it out there on the
Well, y'all
floor.
ready to feel these ladies right now?
Let's
It's time to
go.
get the dance battle going. You got 45 seconds each. Fox Soulmates, get ready to vote again. You're gonna vote at foxsoul.tv/vote. Lorianne and I we is gonna watch it now. Let's go.
But I'm motherfucking lit. Lit. I don't know about you, but I'm motherfucking lit. I don't know about you, but I'm motherfucking lit. I don't know about you, but I'm motherfucking lit. I don't know about you, but I'm motherfucking lit. I don't know about you, but I'm motherfucking lit. I don't know about you, but I'm motherfucking lit. I don't know about you, but I'm motherfucking lit. lit, yeah, lit, hey, yeah, lit, I don't know about you, but I'm motherfucking.
You had me scared with them shoes right there.
You know.
Yeah, you had me real scared with them shoes. I thought you were gonna kick them off. But they
I was
stayed
ready.
on. You must have glued. You must have gorilla glued them bad boys on. I can't believe it. Okay, so Lorianne, your thoughts?
I mean, that was so exciting. Okay, so I absolutely loved your performance quality, both of yours, but I liked that you knew that we had a live audience, right? And you were very focused about where you were. I felt like you weren't as present. Your focus was up a little bit, and that's okay. But I love when you actually know where you are and you're using the room to connect with the people. So that was really well done. But both of you are awesome, beautiful, well done.
Can we see what Chris has to say?
Christopher, who would we hire tomorrow?
Definitely you. You were so amazing. Your energy was just beautiful. You really captured the room, and I 100% agree with everything that Lorianne said. And you were fully present, and it was amazing. My sis, you definitely caught the Holy Spirit when you started preaching. You weren't there, so that was amazing too. So both of you, great job.
Thank you.
All right. So how did you feel about the performance? Crystal?
I feel pretty good. Yes, I do take that note.
Good girl.
As far as looking out, it's a vulnerability thing sometimes, especially when you're in the space of, oh, I'm nervous, jitters. So it's like you want to connect with these people, but you're also trying to stay focused because it's like, oh, like I'm in it. But
well, this word
I
just in, Lorianne, it's a tie. It's a tie.
That's dope.
And because it's a tie, the audience has to decide the winner.
Oh, that is good and shady. Love that.
So, Marissa, yay, nay, Crystal, who is it?
I can't. Y'all got to scream in a definitive tone. Okay? Because this is our lives here.
Yes.
So Mother needs you to scream. Can we try that just one
more
quick
time?
little
One more time, Lorianne. Okay, Marissa. Crystal. I do believe Crystal is the winner here. Congratulations to both of you because both of you are winners. Crystal, step over there to my demo stage. And thank you so much, Marissa, my Texas home girl. We are keeping it kicking, literally. We've got Giovanni and Steven. Come on up here, guys.
Hey, Giovanni, Steven.
How are you?
Fantastic. What was your very first professional gig?
Oh, I gotta go back and think about that one. Let's see.
Well, that's good.
I forgot his name, but it was a Viva Broadway performance with, oh, I forgot his name. I'm so terrible.
okay.
But it was a Viva Broadway performance in Miami.
Nice.
18 years old,
Oh,
still in
awesome.
school. And yeah, it was a great performance. Getting to feel the professionalism for the first time before I moved out here to LA.
How much did you get paid?
See, I was a student at the time,
here
so
come
it's
that
one of those
bullshit.
student things, you know.
I don't know, a dancer, I mean, maybe now, because they just like
Yeah.
to get things so
Dancer
easy, but
Alliance, okay.
I think everyone's first job as a dancer is no coin. But, you know, then you eventually get all the coin.
Period, period.
Right?
She should know.
Of course, yeah.
Okay, Steven.
Actually, my first gig, it was back in 2013. It was the Young Artist Awards. It was taking place at Hollywood. My mentor put me front and center, and I was a newbie. I was not even trained. I was only like 22 years old. I started late. I started at 21 years old professionally dancing, and now I'm gonna be 29, so I'm going my 8th year professionally.
All right now.
So I have to work 10 times harder.
Yeah.
You know.
That's a good question, Lorianne. Dance is such a physical sport. How late can you start?
I mean, again, you're talking to me. I don't see boxes. I don't see lines. So I think I'm going to see why you are so special, because it's different for everybody. I think that the dance is a gift beyond the training or beyond the circumstance. So, yeah, I'm sure he did have to work harder, but I'm sure we're going to see that's just what made him that much
Well,
better.
let's see it right now. Y'all give it up for Giovanni and Steven!
I don't know about you, but I'm motherfucking lit. 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 I don't know about you, but I'm motherfucking lit. 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 I don't know about you, but I'm motherfucking lit. 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 I don't know about you, but I'm motherfucking lit. 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 I don't know about you, but I'm motherfucking lit. 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 I don't know about you, but I'm motherfucking lit. 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 I don't know about you, but I'm motherfucking lit. 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 I don't know about you, but I'm motherfucking lit. Lit. Lit.
You can vote now. You can vote now at foxsoul.tv/vote. You can vote at foxsoul.tv/vote. Did I say that right?
I'm sure you did.
I'm still in the dance right now. I'm still in the dance. Lorianne, I have to know. Let's go to Chris first. Chris?
I mean, Steven, you were definitely lit. That whole performance. Energy was crazy. I mean, the twerking was really, really iconic.
That was an accident. That was an accident.
That was not an accident.
I was like, okay, just shake
you
it.
went with that.
We all love
My hand was right there. I was like, shake it.
Yes, I love that internal conversation that you have.
Okay. So, Lorianne, what were your thoughts?
I mean, again, I think what was so beautiful is that, you know, when you start to perform as a dancer like you did, that's when it's really great. A little bit in your head, right? You were doing steps, you were thinking what's next, but when you let yourself go, that's really what's magical in the performance, and I felt like you did that, and I felt like you held back just a little bit.
And I felt like, and I told Lorianne on the side, I said, Giovanni's telling a story.
Yes.
It looks like he's telling a story, so I felt that.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
And the votes are in. The winner of this dance battle is Steven.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Giovanni. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
So, Steven, you stay right here, and let's welcome back Chris and Crystal. It's time to pick the winner, and it's down to 3 dancers. So the last 3 will battle it out for the title, you folks. Yes, you folks at home, get your votes in, select the winner, go to foxsoul.tv/vote to tell us who you think should win on the very first Tammy Mac Late Show Dance Battle with Lorianne Gibson.
Hey.
So, Chris, you go first. We're doing freestyle. You two can step to the side while he does his thing, and y'all know how to do this. Let's go.
Wow.
Lorianne, I have a quick
Yes,
question for
ma'am.
you. Here you go. Y'all can pass that over in case we. When you have dancers and you have music that's new and unfamiliar, how do you connect with that music? Because there are dancers who are like, I don't like that beat. Give me another beat. I don't like that beat. I need something else. How do you feel about that?
Well, those dancers would never work for me. We are music. Music is the tempo, and we uncontrollably should be able to dance to anything. You know what I mean? We should be able to dance to anything. So I just want to say, because I am very, very particular, but all three of you are really good, and that was great. And I think that you're, like, I remember having to do stuff like this to get seen. And I'm just telling you, it works, right? I was there. And so I just want you to be inspired by just laying your heart on the stage. You guys killed it. All of them killed it today.
I agree. Clap it up for all of them.
Seriously.
All right, are you guys ready for the winner? Yeah. Drum roll, please.
Oh my God, Fox Soul Online. Don't let me find all y'all. Don't let me find y'all.
And the winner of the very first Tammy Mac Late Show Dance Party Competition starring Lorianne Gibson is Steve-O! Steven, step over here. Grab one of those microphones.
Thank you.
So, Stephen, Lorianne gave a note, and her note was dance for your life. Do you think he was dancing for his life?
110%. And I mean, you were whacking, you were living. I felt like it was a whole bunch of what it's supposed to be. There was like some traditional moments in there, and we're taking it back to the grooves. All y'all groove for me.
Yeah,
I love that you were grooving. I love that you gave me different textures. And I love that you were a performer. And I love that you were fearless.
Thank you. Thank you.
I love that he popped that rerun in there. He did that
show me,
rerun.
Tammy, show me.
The locking.
Locking, exactly.
Oh, okay, my bad. I call it the rerun. But he probably doesn't have no clue who rerun is, right?
I mean, it sounds
He
like
better.
we wind
He doesn't know who rerun is.
Yeah, okay, good.
Lorianne, he has no clue.
He will after this.
Y'all, wait a minute. I'm trying to censor myself, but forget it. Y'all black folk that voted for somebody who don't even know rerun.
I'm speaking the truth. I'm being real here.
But he did that. You did that,
Thank
boy.
you.
This has been so much fun, Lorianne. Thank you again for coming, making the band. Make sure you are watching. And I want to end the night with a dance party, so let's get some of the audience up here and let's go. Come on. I want to thank our amazing dancers, Chris, Mark, Giovanni, Crystal, Marissa, and Steve, and of course, Lorianne Gibson for helping me kick off the very first Tammy Mac Late Show Dance Battle. Thanks to everyone watching us at home, and don't forget, you can catch us anywhere, Apple TV, FireTV, Google Play, and of course, thank you to our amazing studio audience, and we're back Monday at 9 p.m. Pacific, midnight on the East Coast. Until then, it's a blessing to be in your box. Get loud! Get loud, get loud, get loud!
And get up out your seat, jump up on your feet, hug somebody, love somebody, sing along with me. We don't wanna wait, we don't wanna wait another minute. The time is now, we ain't gotta wait to party. We ain't gonna wait, we ain't gotta wait, just go and get it.
And now, here's the host of theCUBE, Quincy Harris.
Hello, how you guys doing? I'm Quincy Harris. You may be asking why am I holding this 40 ounce of alcohol. Today, our executive producer, Thomas Loudon, he turns 40 today. Happy birthday, Tom.
Thank you, it's very classy of you.
Happy birthday, Tom.
This 40 is for you, Tom, and he's probably mad.
This.
Yeah, and that's a cake for you right there.
Thanks, Alex.
Okay, look at him, he's mad. And
Move the cake over, we can't see it.
Yeah, show him the cake, show him the cake. That's your favorite.
And I just got it all over the phone.
Oh, come on.
Now here's a little swig of the 40 because I know you won't drink any, so.
First
Happy birthday, Tom.
Wait, two things. Who said I wouldn't drink any?
What'd you say?
Who said I wouldn't drink any?
We all know
I
you're
did
not
not say
No,
that.
you would not drink.
I didn't
you're not
say
going to
that.
drink a 40. Come on, man.
Tom likes beer.
Yeah, and so that's a misconception.
Oh, but you
And
can
the
still have
second
some.
thing is, no matter what happens today, I know I'm still younger than both of you.
That was just
Wow,
wrong.
that was a low blow.
That was low.
But we stress you out enough and you look older than both of us. All right. Happy birthday, Tom. Well, listen, on the show today, we have from Black Ink, we have Don. He is here. Yeah, let's give him Don. We have comedians Kurt Metzger and Luis Gomez is here. Plus, we'll have a performance from Jay Brown. But right now, it is time to cue it up. Y'all think I was going to hold that 40 the whole show? All right, round of applause. Do you give your kids allowance?
No.
Apparently, kids are bringing home more allowance money than ever. A study conducted by Rooster Money of 48,000 4 to 14-year-olds found that children earned an average of $499 last year in allowance. That's about $10 a week and is up 6%. How much is a good allowance? I'm not giving my kids any allowance. You know what their allowance is? It's the heat. It's the heat.
It's a roof
it's their
over their head.
clothes. It's their education. It's me driving them everywhere. I'm not giving you no money for that. And I have to tell you every time to do something, make your bed, open the blinds, brush your teeth, wash your face. I'm not, no, they should be paying me.
Yeah, why do we have to tell them to brush their teeth? First of all, that's
they're
not
nasty.
a chore. But
I
Gavin
know.
lies all the time. Did you brush your teeth? And it's real. Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
And I'm like, your toothbrush is dry.
Yeah, exactly. No,
And
like,
you have stinky breath like
yeah,
a dragon.
$10. I mean, $10 a week would be good if they were about like 19 years old. But I'm not giving 19.
19. What can they get for $10 a week at 19?
Bus,
They can't even buy
bus
a 40.
fare to their job, Meredith. That's what. Yeah, Malk has, you have older children.
Yeah, they 16 and 13.
Okay, are you giving them?
No, I'm not, no.
No allowance?
No,
Yeah.
I'm not, no. They should be giving me money.
Exactly.
All these people making all this money off of YouTube, they should be giving me money. I
Yeah.
shouldn't even be working right now.
Why, your kids are making money off YouTube?
What?
Yeah, I mean,
No,
it's about
your
not
kids,
my
I
kids.
said.
No, not his kids.
I'm talking about.
Well, we're talking about your kids.
Well, I
Yeah.
wish they was. I
Do you
wouldn't be
do?
here.
Do they do chores?
Yeah, are there chores going on?
Say that again?
Chores?
Do they do chores?
No chores.
Oh, really? Oh, you are bugging.
Well,
No,
then of course you're not giving them $10 a week.
Man, my kids are, listen, they cutting grass and shoveling snow already. Well, listen, I don't know if you guys, I love the show. VH1's Black Ink Crew Chicago is in its 6th season, and it's full of drama.
I started a tattoo shop called Second City Ink.
We know about some tattoos. Ain't gonna be no cakewalk.
I don't like cake anyway. The females are taking over. We out here running things, innit? I had my doctor's appointment today, and the lump's back.
I can't believe this.
When something so devastating happens in your life, it changes everything. I ought to know.
One of the stars of the show is Don Brumfield. He is in Philly for the Tattoo Convention this weekend. Please welcome Don to the Cube. You see all these women screaming for you?
No, man. Good morning, ladies. How y'all doing?
Keep your shirt on.
No, it's on. It's on. That's why I wore, you know, a hoodie for you, man.
I can't stand you, a tattoo, you walking out here all smooth like you better than everybody.
Nah.
Tell us about why you're here in Philly.
Well, of course, I'm here with my team, 9 Mag. We're here for the Philly convention. You know, just coming to give a little bit of Chicago flavor to, you know, Philly.
Not that y'all need any more flavor, but you know, we just come to show some love and just have the opportunity to keep expanding our brand. So, you know, just want to come and show some love.
Yeah, now listen, Black Ink, man. It's a lot of drama on the show. Yeah. Some drama self-inflicted, Don. Have we learned from any things that we've done on the show?
Well, you know, they say, the only lesson is the lesson you only learn your lesson from, right? So, you know, of course, at this point, you know, I think the show's been a growing stage. You know what I mean? You come into television fame, a little bit of money at 22, 23 years old, you bound to make some mistakes. And especially if you ain't got nobody over your shoulder giving you the points of left or right. So, you know, we were kind of winging it, you know, those first couple of years. So I think now we kind of come together. You kind of more like checking each other. Like, you're tripping today.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
You know, now put that cup down. It's your last cup. You know, we're more like that, like now with each other, man. We try to really see the best for each other.
Yeah. Now, your relationship, your wife, is everything is good now?
You know what?
Good?
You know, marriage is marriage.
I was about to say that. That was kind of like a trick question.
Yeah, you know, marriage.
Today, my wife is cool.
Yeah, I said today we fine. I love you. I love you. Good luck this morning. You know, I might get home Sunday and I'm yelled at about who's gonna buy the Pampers. Like, you know, it happens. But I will say, like, it's a place where now we can start pointing things out to grow at. You know, pointing things out where, you know, you've cleared away so much negativity. Then now we can look toward the future and say these are the goals that we're trying to set for each other as husband and wife. So I think that's where we're at now. Where it's like, what do you expect of me as a husband? What do you expect of you as a wife? And how can we grow in that direction?
That was her calling right there. I don't know if you
know,
heard
that probably was.
Yeah.
I probably
now,
was.
You know, I want to talk. I want to have a serious conversation with you. Sex symbol to sex symbol. Is it? You know, you shouldn't be laughing at her. Is it tough to, you know, I mean, women are still approaching us, man. They're like, hey, cute, let me see your tats. Right, you know, hey, I know your wife's not here in Philly. What's up?
I know you get your head rubbed in the mall a few times.
I know what happened. Is it? How are you staying away from the temptation?
Well, I mean, honestly, man, you grow and you realize, like, people will love to drain your fire. They would like to take a piece of your flame to grow their own. And when you finally realize that people are more prone to using you than actually having like good intentions, you kind of get to that place where you're ready to protect your energy. And that involves my wife, my kids, you know, my family. And I won't let those people kind of drain that anymore. You know, I've let people touch that and I won't.
I ain't gonna lie, I like giving out my fire. No, I'm kidding. Let me talk to my wife. I'm lying. It's for TV, baby. It's for TV. I'm joking. It was a joke. How can we catch you this weekend, bro?
Well, again, we'll be at the convention starting today at 2 o'clock, around 2 or 3 o'clock. 9 Mag will be set up with all our booths. So please come and support me and my team. Philly, we love y'all, man. Appreciate y'all embracing me. And thank y'all for supporting our show. We're going on 6 seasons. Hopefully there's another 2 or 3, and we just want to keep sharing our love and providing for y'all.
Well, Don, thank you for coming by, man. We appreciate it. Check out Black Ink through Chicago, airs VH1 Wednesdays at 8 p.m. We will be right back right here on the Q. Welcome back to the Q. Our next guests are appearing this weekend at Punchline Philly. You have seen them both on Last Comic Standing. Please welcome Kurt Metzger and Luis Gomez to the Q. How you doing, sir? I wanted to say Luis. You hear me? I was like, Luis.
It's spelled Luis.
Yeah, it's spelled Luis, but hey, you guys have Punchline.
Yes.
You guys are friends.
Yeah, somewhat. we got in a fight that's online. Yeah, we did a tour after.
Yeah, we got into a big. We both do a lot of podcasts.
It's embarrassing, but it ended up online. It got like a lot of views.
No, it was awesome. I loved it.
Not like fight.
No, like a fight. If you go search Luis J. Gomez,
I'm 42. I'm not getting in fights, but he did throw a drink.
Yeah, he cowered, and I just kept it real.
So here's the thing. A lot of people they don't like each other. How did you guys get to this point?
Well, we were friends for years before that. It was like, here's the problem. Everybody here has gotten into a fight with one of their close friends, right? And usually it's just not on camera in front of 300 people at the Comedy Store in Los Angeles.
That's a big place. Yeah,
That was the problem, was, a camera was there, and, you catch two guys when people are drinking and acting stupid and silly. And, look, I'll tell you right now, it was way more entertaining than the comedy show.
Okay. But it's going to be really entertaining tonight.
Yeah.
When we see you guys, right?
I mean, I am a professional.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if worst case scenario, if it's not going well, we could just get into some sort of fisticuffs after the show. And then
whatever you want. We'll fight.
Yeah, okay.
Come on,
that's cool.
Comedy show, whatever you guys want.
Did you? I just kind of overheard it in the back, but did you say kids get paid to brush their teeth now?
Well, yeah, because they're new. Yeah, it's like
their own teeth, not like their grandma.
Because they on these devices, and you have to kind of like.
What do you get paid to wipe?
Yeah, they're getting paid to wipe and wash, and it's a lot, and eat their vegetables.
I can't imagine charging my mom for me to brush my teeth. But if I'm being honest, I do feel like I should be paid to floss a little bit.
Yeah, but it's still your own. Do you have to pay do you have any kids?
He doesn't.
I do. You have a son.
Lewis is Puerto Rican, of course he has kids.
I got a few.
How many kids do you have? Puerto Rican Lewis.
That I know about? Just one, but they're out there. They're watching right now. Hey, kids.
Yeah, you don't have to. Do you have to bribe your kid to do stuff?
No, I actually encourage him not to brush his teeth. I really want him to. He's too good looking as it is, so I just want him to. He can't outshine the master.
Yeah. So you're like putting booby traps for yourself.
Yeah,
like,
that's it. Yeah. No.
Stay up all night.
That's probably the best way to get him to brush your teeth.
Yeah.
Is to forbid it.
Yeah.
I feed him candy.
Yeah.
I let him watch horror movies. I'm a really bad father.
Is he drinking?
Just smoking a little weed. That's it.
Okay. Yeah.
No big deal. Come on. It's 2020.
What does that mean? What does that actually mean? Like they still have child protective services.
That is true. You know what? Can we edit this?
No, it's out there. People need to see it. People need to see you, and they need to see you guys at Punchline Philly tonight.
Yeah. Come on out, please.
No fighting.
No, it's just their jokes.
No fighting.
Just a bunch of really, really dark, dirty jokes. This is literally us on our best behavior right now. Believe me.
This is a family show or something, right?
No, it's not a family show. I mean,
it
families
looks official
watch.
to me.
No, it's very official. And you guys smell
I
official.
can't use my podcast language, is what I'm saying.
No, go ahead. Give us one.
No, I can't.
Okay, I was about to say
I
no.
was raised in a church, sir. I don't.
No, you weren't. I thought you were Jehovah's Witness when you grew up. Is that a church?
Oh, wow. What are you, Baptist or
No,
something?
I'm just saying, no.
What am I, Muslim now?
No. All right, we'll be right back. Give it up, bro. We'll be back. Take them out Punchline. Sorry. Never gonna get letters. I'm Quincy Harris. If you miss any part of The Q or you just want to watch it again, just download the new Fox Soul app. You can watch The Q and other great shows talking about the topics you care about. Listen, right now, search Fox Soul on your app store and start watching right now. I'm waiting for you. I'll just be waiting like this. Fox Soul.
We don't wanna wait. We don't wanna wait another minute. The time is now. We ain't gotta wait to party.
Our next guest is kicking off a tour with El Varner tonight at City Winery. He's here in Philly. Please welcome back Jay Brown to The Q. What's up, Jay?
What's up, bro?
What's up, man? Good seeing you. Okay. El Varner, tonight you guys are going on tour, kicking it off in Philly.
Yes.
You have to be.
Tour.
You got to be nervous because it's starting off here.
That nervous is kind of, I'm not nervous.
Yeah,
it's good,
yeah.
It's good. But it's a blessing, man.
Yeah.
And it's good to be back with you.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
Okay, what song are you performing for us?
So today I'm performing my new single entitled Moon.
Okay.
And so that drops tomorrow on iTunes, everybody. So if you want to support me, I would appreciate it. Tomorrow, then my EP drops on the 24th. So yeah, today's Moon, though.
Well, listen, let's get up with Jay Brown right here on
Thank
The
you,
Q.
brother. Thank you. Philadelphia, make some noise. Let's do it. You wanna take time, yeah. Baby, do what you gotta do, read your mind, yeah. Said I believe in me and you, I'd rather go blind than to see you walk away. then to never kiss your lips again. I love, let's do it. Let me take you to the moon, babe, where it's quiet. Making love on the stars, or watch the sunrise on the planet. Then we'll end, yeah. Ain't hard to see. Said you're the one for me. Said I give the world to ya. Said I can't get enough of your love. Yeah, oh, why? Baby, no, oh, why? Said I can't get enough of your love. No, no. Said I can't get enough. Spending time with you is on my mind. Baby, nothing comes before you, not even time. Yeah, all the love I have inside will never die. Girl, if the world would end today, I want you by my side. Oh, where it's quiet, hey. Oh, watch the sunrise on the planet, then we hang, yeah. Ain't hard to see, baby, you're the one for me. Said I give the world to ya. Said I can't get enough of your love, yeah. No, no. Said I can't get enough of your love. Oh, no. Oh, no. Can't get enough. Ooh. Said I can't get enough of your love, yeah. Beautiful ladies, make some noise. Ooh. Let's do it. Oh, baby, make love on the stars. Watch the sunrise on the planet. Then we'll hang, yeah. Ain't hard to see. Baby, you're the one for me. Said I'd give the world to ya. Said I can't get enough of your love. No. Said I can't get enough of your love. Oh no, Peace, Philly.
We don't wanna wait another minute.
The massive Markdown Madness event is on right now at our sponsor, Foreman Mills. All the winter weather fashion for men, women, and kids, like sweaters, and more sweaters. 10, 5, as low as $3. There's footwear, outerwear, designer, activewear, fashions for the home, accessories, even electronics. Now clearance price up to 90% off department store prices. It's first come, first serve. No holdbacks, no rain checks. Hurry, Foreman Mills, get in there right now. Listen, you guys had a good time? Yeah! We want you to be a part of the Q Studio audience. All you have to do is go to fox29.com/Q tickets. The tickets are free. Man, y'all good. Listen, we also love when you bring down groups. Bring your people down here. It's time for Q Appreciation. Today, we are joined by the Women's March. Who is here from the Women's March?
Nikki.
Love Nikki.
Sarita. Vicky.
All right, tell us about the Women's March.
Well, the Women's March is going on tomorrow. This is the Year of the Woman.
I thought that was every year.
I said today's our theme is going to be the Year of the
Yes,
Woman.
ma'am.
We're marching starting at Logan Square at 10 o'clock, and we're going to be marching down with some women who are going to be drumming, and we're going to end up at the steps of the Art Museum at Eakins Oval.
Yes.
Yeah, so please come out, donate, go on our page is Women's March on Philadelphia on Facebook.
Thank you. All right, thank y'all for coming. We had another great week. Let's look at our Q and review. We'll see you next time right here on Fox 29. The last 6 months, how has your life changed being the champion, walking around with these belts, man?
Well, I'm on this show, so that's a great thing.
Only champions here, guys. Only champions here.
I'm loving that sweet perfume. It sure smells good on you. My. You sure look good tonight.
You were in a commercial with Michael Jordan.
Michael Jordan, yeah.
Is that who I think it is?
No, he's taller than that.
He's sitting down.
What's he eating?
How was that?
It was pretty exciting for a kid from Chicago to grow up during the Bulls dynasty and then to be able to be in a commercial with Michael Jordan. I think my proudest moment of that is that it paid for a year of college.
I will say you need for children to have cell phones so we can track where these criminals, these little people are going. So yes, I say 12 years old. Ta-ta. Ruling.
I missed everything you said. And then you like cough and you pee a little, and that's not fun. It's hard to feel, yeah, I mean, it's hard to feel good when you're like, just hold that thought.
I still pee a little.
Really?
It's tough.
You gotta do your Kegels.
Yeah, I'm doing them now.
Yep.
And I'm so tired of running, I'm so far behind. Won't you come back and bring me home? 'Cause these days I don't know where I belong.
The Isaiah Factor Uncensored starts right now.
And welcome to Friday night on The Factor Uncensored. We're getting things started with the story of a high school senior who lives in Mount Bellevue, Texas, and is desperate to get back to school after missing several days of class over a dress code dispute. 18-year-old DeAndre Arnold has been a student at Barbers Hill ISD his entire life and has been growing out his dreadlocks since about 10 years old. And for years, the Sanders family had no issues. But for some reason, back in December, DeAndre was told, get rid of the dreads or spend the rest of the year in school suspension, which would be DeAndre can't walk the graduation stage with the rest of his class. Joining me now to discuss this is DeAndre and his parents, Sandy and David. Glad to have you here on The Factor Uncensored. So your hairstyle is nothing new.
Nothing new at all. I've had it since 7th grade. Started growing in 7th grade summer, and from there we just been growing.
And so what happened? Who approached you and said you had to cut your hair?
So we had several meetings with the superintendent and the school board, and basically they fenced us in until our last option was to cut the hair. Mm-hmm. And that's what they have us right now.
All right. Mom, when you were told you had to cut your son's hair, who specifically told you you had to cut the hair and why?
Well, I was told by the principal.
At which school?
A high school.
The name of the high school?
Barbers Hill High School. I was told by the principal, in which I understand the principal, has a job to do, and he has to enforce what the school board has put in place. And so and the superintendent, which is Greg Poole, and so I have done everything possible to try to, appease them.
What did they specifically tell you?
Okay, what they told us was nothing at first. And then a few months went by and they said, DeAndre, hair can't touch the collar, ears, or in the face. And so from that point on, and it never really did, but I don't know where all that came from. So, because he's always had it up. He's always worn it up in some type of cornrows or something. And so then we were called into the office right before winter break, before the Christmas break, and was told basically DeAndre has to be in dress code when he comes back to school, or he would have to go to in-school suspension. And what they mean by dress code is his hair can't touch the collar or ears or eyes. And what the question that I ask is, but it never has, it's always up. So then what I was told was, well, when it's unencumbered, if it touches the, the collar, ears, and the eyes, then that's a violation. They say that you cannot go around the dress code by putting it up and that sort of thing. So we're at a standstill. So basically, everything that I've tried to do, I tried to work with them. I've tried to get on the school board, on the agenda and talk with them. So the only thing left to do is to cut his hair, which, I mean, is a part of his heritage, culture. His dad is a Trinidadian. You know, that's who he is. I mean, how can I put him in a barber chair and just say, okay, DeAndre, in order for you to graduate, I need to cut your hair?
Now, let me ask you this. You had a conversation with someone with the Barbers Hill School District, and when you told them you wanted to meet with officials there about your son's hair, they told you something else related to another family.
Okay, so after I met with the Principal Kanya, and Mr. Kanya, he has tried his best, I have to say, he's tried his best to work with the family, DeAndre and myself and my husband. He has. However, again, he has to enforce what's been told. So after we met with Principal Kanya. I called over to Superintendent Poole's office and requested a meeting with him to discuss, you know, DeAndre's hair, because at that time.
We got to get to it. We got to get to it. What did he tell you?
He told me, Mandy Malone answered and said that Greg Poole refused to meet with me because he was already dealing with an Indian family for over a year, and the dress code is the dress code. So I said, are you telling me that Dr. Poole is refusing to meet with me? And she said, yes, I am. I said, okay.
All right, let's bring Dad into this conversation. For your son to go through this, and this is part of your heritage, not just something he's doing, how does that leave you feeling as a father?
Well, since we're on Isaiah Factor Uncensored, it really pisses me off because all my son wants to do is just graduate. And all these kids that he's been going to school with ever since elementary on up, and he doesn't smoke dope, he doesn't drink, he doesn't give him any problems whatsoever. He's an A student. All he wants to do is go to school and graduate. He has 3 months to graduate, and they keep jacking with him.
And I want to let the viewers know we reached out to these lazy bastards at the school district, and they have yet to respond. The superintendent has yet to respond. They only gave us, or we looked up their policy, and there you have it on the screen, but we have not heard back from the district, and we reached out to them multiple times. Now, this is a school district where there's only 3.1% African American.
Correct.
So they don't want to deal with it, it appears. So what is different this year than in the past, because you've had this hairstyle?
So over the course of the summer going over, my hair's grown. Of course, hair grows. And it's got to the point where it's hard to contain sometimes, but we figured out a way to braid it this way or cornrow it or put it up, but it's not good enough. Every time we do something, they always let it go for about a day or two. Then they call me into the office and tell me how I'm out of dress code, just because if it was down, I would be out of dress code. Not because I'm out of dress code the way I am, but if it was down, then I'll be out of dress code. And that's what they're sticking with.
And Mommy, we know there are some states now that have made it illegal to discriminate against people with certain ethnic hairstyles. And yet we can't get the message here in Texas.
Well, I mean, it's crazy to me because I haven't been able to get the message to anyone. And like I said, I've reached out to the school board, to try to talk to them, since the school board is who I'm told sets the dress code. Now, Mandy Malone told me that every time we were meet, Miss Arnold, I can assure you that, you know, the dress code can't be changed. Miss Arnold, I can assure you they cannot change it in the middle of the school year. Lo and behold, December 16th, I show up at a board meeting in the open forum because they refuse to put me on the agenda to where I can actually get feedback. At the open forum, all I can do is talk, but there's no Q&A. I can just talk all day long, but nobody's going to answer. Therefore, on that day, there was a revised dress code. Well, Dr. Poole says, I said, but it would be nice if I could get a copy of that revised dress code, being my son is being directly affected. He goes, the dress code hasn't changed, Miss Arnold. Well, revised means either you've taken something away or you added to. And so they told me I needed to contact someone on the board. I've done that.
We're out of time, but we're going to continue to follow this story. We're not giving up yet. If this story is pissing you off as much as it is me, let the Barbers Hill School District know how we feel. Give them a call next week, Tuesday, after MLK Day. Get your pen ready and let the superintendent know, Greg Poole, and the district know you support DeAndre Arnold. The district number is 281-576-2221. Once again, 281-576-2221. Still ahead, from dress code drama to a disturbing situation caught on camera. We're talking about a disabled student being bullied by educators. That's coming up next on The Factor Uncensored. Stay with us. We see it all the time. Teachers unwilling or simply not trained on how to handle students with special needs. Recently, a Houston family released this footage of their teenage son inside a classroom at George Ranch High School in Richmond, Texas. The boy communicates on a level of a 2 or 3-year-old child. His family says these moments caught on camera are simply unacceptable.
See how it is? Pick it up. Pick it up. That's how I feel. Keep going. Pick that one up. See how it is when you turn stuff over?
That bullying-ass teacher in the video is no longer with the school district. She resigned, as she should, after being put on administrative leave. Since the video has hit the internet, the police and the Texas Education Agency are investigating. Now, the video was released last week. Tonight, the student's mother is here with us. Up next, she'll explain what her son has gone through at the hands of an educator. Stay with us. If you're just joining us, take a look at this video. We're talking about teachers who don't know how or just don't care to handle special needs students with the patience and understanding they deserve. The teacher in this video no longer working at Lamar Consolidated ISD here in Houston. Now, joining me now is the mother of that child, April, her attorney, Karen Cunningham, and autism specialist, Christina Stell. Glad to have you all here on The Factor. When you had a chance to see that video of how they were treating your child, your thoughts, April?
Well, my very first emotion was, of course, sadness and fear that not knowing how long it had been going on, feeling helpless, that I wasn't able to, to help him in that moment because, like you previously said, my child functions at a 2 to 3 year old level.
Mm-hmm. And it all initially happened last year, right?
It did.
So why release the video now?
The video is being released now because we are actually going to a public hearing, due process hearing on Tuesday. And we just wanted the public, to know that this is going on in school districts. This is not just an LCISD issue. This is a statewide, even a nationwide issue. So we want the public to know.
And give us the legal aspect. What exactly are you guys going through and the importance of letting the public see this video?
Sure. So Sam Wesley is their attorney. I'm their special education advocate. So I serve kiddos in the public school setting to make sure that document's right, that we have an IEP in place to deliver a product to remediate his functional behavior and academic needs. What the attorney is going forward with the family is to get educational benefit for the student. He's lost time, will never get time back, and to remediate his experience at school. You should thrive at school. You shouldn't have to survive it.
And with your son going through that, how did that affect him at home and in everyday life?
Well, he has been in therapy ever since, we found out about this issue. He has issues with separation anxiety. He doesn't really like to be away from me at all. So in turn, I did have to quit a job that I really loved to stay home with him.
And April, how soon after this incident were you made aware of what occurred? And how did you find out?
So the video that everyone has been seeing where the teacher is actually kicking him in his leg, that occurred on a Friday. And I'd like to say that I was actually at the school earlier that day doing observations on my child. That Monday passed. Tuesday, I was at the school again. Wednesday at the school again. Thursday is when the teacher actually called me, that's in the video, to tell me that she was getting fired that day. I asked her a few questions, was very uncertain how this was going, because we had what I thought was a very good rapport. I never thought that she would have done anything like this
So
to my
you're
son.
deeply disappointed in her.
Oh, extremely disappointed, because I mean, what a lot of people don't know is that I'm a Texas certified teacher myself. So I've always done things to make sure that I kept that support system. So yes, very much so, you know, completely heartbroken by her behavior. But, you know, like I said, it was just a very, very sad, serious, unfortunate, heartbreaking issue.
Christina, when you take a look at a situation like this, how common is it where some teachers lack the temperament they need to deal with special needs children?
This happens all the time with our kiddos. I mean, I have parents calling me all the time. They'll send me text messages from their teachers saying, you know, they don't know how to handle the behaviors, they're getting frustrated, they want to switch classrooms, and it's because the school districts are not properly training these staff. It's not required when they get their education to learn about behaviors and ABA and knowing, you know, how to functionally recognize the behaviors and the consequences, reward systems, all those kind of things. Unfortunately, it's not required for them to learn. And as far as us, we've tried to teach different school systems, but the school systems do not want us in there. They want to use their own personnel, where I reach out all the time and I say, let us come help you. Let us train your staff. I've even done it for free before. For Hempstead ISD, teachers have came in on a student holiday and we've trained them on behavior so they can recognize them.
And Karen, that's why it's important that parents do like April. They're in that classroom, if allowed by the school, to monitor and check their child as much as possible.
Correct. And the great thing is we now have cameras inside of classes and self-contained classes, so the staff should have on their own, all the way from the top down, looked at those videos. If we weren't able to remediate this behavior with this student, the videos would have given you information that you didn't have. So we believe that those videos were viewed before the parents were notified.
April, thank you for coming on. Make it really quick.
I'm going to make it really, really quick. My issue that I would like to raise is that, yes, there are cameras in the classroom, but they're not being monitored. So the camera was just rolling, catching the abuse of my child for months, and we don't know.
So
that needs to
administrators
change.
should put a policy in place to review those tapes.
Exactly.
Thank you all for joining, and wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your story. Coming up when we switch gears and hit the red carpet with Will Smith and Martin Lawrence, a first look at Bad Boys for Life. Still ahead. And welcome back to The Factor Uncensored. Dave Morales, Jonathan Stenval, Backstage OL. You guys had a chance to preview, go on the red carpet, Bad Boys for Life. What you're gonna do, what you're gonna do, what you got?
Well, we got some exclusive stuff. We got a great conversation with both the big stars. And even better than that, I wore my one suit.
Let's see it.
Okay, we've waited 17 years for the third film in this franchise. In fact, we're so excited, we traveled all the way to Hollywood to the world premiere. This is Bad Boys for Life.
What you want, what you want, what you gonna do when Sheriff John Brown come for you?
First question, what took so long?
What took so long?
This guy. To his credit, he wouldn't do it unless it was right. He kept turning it down, and finally, once they got the script right, he was ready.
Yeah, you know, because I've already messed a sequel or two up in my career. I was like, I'm not doing that again. It's like people come and like you can even just feel the energy on this red carpet. It's like that nostalgia, and when you're touching people's childhoods and things like that, it is a tragedy to send people into a movie theater and not deliver. So I wasn't going to do that with Bad Boys 3.
What's the magic behind these characters in this story that drew you back into it?
I think friendship. I think like the idea of bad boys, that, you know, we ride together, we die together, bad boys for life. Like everybody wants that. Everybody wants somebody that's going to roll with them in that way. And I think that idea is what really pulls people into this. It's like they look at these two characters and it's like, that's what friendship is supposed to be like.
Mike, we got more time behind us than in front. Man, please. I'm gonna be running down criminals till I'm 100. Not me. I'm retiring.
What happened to Bad Boys for Life?
It's time we be good men.
It's Bad Boys for Life.
The first time you saw Will Smith and Martin Lawrence together, you see them shooting a scene, what's going through your heads?
Well, it's like magic. It's really the chemistry, the magic that's on screen. Basically, as directors, we don't have to do anything anymore. We just become spectators and see, enjoy the movie being, created alive by them too.
Yeah, you see action, and then you're like, what they gonna do? And then it always brings something new. You're like it's not on the script. It's something that's between them. It's that's why they're so iconic.
Bad boys, what you gonna do? Or what you gonna do when they come for you?
I've been seeing a lot of early reviews on social media from everyday people, and they love it.
It's so good.
really good.
It was really cool to see Martin back on the screen. Like, to me, he steals the film.
And they do play the song, and everybody in our theater was singing along. Not a spoiler right there, because you know it's coming, but everybody's singing the Bad Boy. Remember on Fox on Saturday nights when Cops was on?
Oh, yeah.
I was watching it. Inner Circle was the band that did that. They're the ones collecting royalties right now. It's rated R. It's violent.
Good.
Yeah, but that's what you need in this.
Exactly.
And depending on how it does this weekend, there's going to be a sequel.
I think there is going to be a number 4.
Number 4. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah,
Okay,
17 years since the last one, 25 since Bad Boys 1. Nostalgia's in here, the comedy's great, the action is great, the drama's good, it's solid.
And one of the things we were talking about just before we came back was that directors, unknowns.
They're from Belgium, and they've done nothing, really.
Yeah. I've seen them in nothing at all.
Do you want to know what?
No,
nobody.
But
super cool guys.
But they trusted them, and it came out well.
And they're outgoing guys.
They are. And you know what they told us as they walked away? Depending on how this is going to do this weekend, it's going to do great. Yeah. They may get the next Beverly Hills Cop movie. They were talking about Eddie Murphy, and they liked my one suit.
And they're shooting this side by side with Coming to America 2 was shooting next door to them at the same time.
So, now, he said Martin stole the movie.
Really
and we always think of Will Smith as a wild guy, wild and crazy guy.
And you know Martin brought Will on for the first movie?
I did not know that.
I didn't know that. And then Will brought Martin on for this one.
Okay.
Yeah, he's funny. It's great. There's a villain in it that's kind of funny, funny and violent. But you just look. It's just I don't want to ruin anything. It's a great movie. Our Travel by Sony Pictures. Go see it. All the cool kids are going to see it this weekend.
All right, I'll get it bootleg.
And I did my suit for you.
We love that suit.
Just for you, Isaiah.
We'll be back with more Factor after this. Stay with us. Nice suit. And before we go tonight, a reminder to give Barbers Hill ISD a call next week. Now, and let them know you're advocating for high school senior DeAndre Arnold. The teen is being told to either cut his hair, dreadlocks rather, or face in-school suspension, which would keep him from walking the graduation stage in a few months. The district's phone number is 281-576-2221 and call Tuesday after the holiday. I hope you have a great weekend, and to my Fox Soul viewers, we're happy you found us. We'll see you next time. Have a great weekend.
Dish Nation.
Welcome to Dish Nation, everybody. And we have a great show for you today. Look who's back dishing with us today. Sherry Shepherd. What's up?
I'm so happy to see you.
We love when you're here.
Aw. So on the show today, we go thirst trapping with the stars.
Yes.
And we have Terry Crews, Jordan Woods, and your favorite friend, Kate Beckinsale.
Love Kate.
Yeah.
Now, if that wasn't sexy enough for you, Charlize Theron opens up about her worst date ever.
What?
Yeah.
Who could it be?
Plus, Andrew Freund sits down with Tyler Perry, Felicia Rashad, and the cast of their new movie, A Fall from Grace. And of course, the Atlanta crew is here with us as well. What's up, Atlanta?
Hey, together. What's up?
Hey, and that's not even half of it, so don't go anywhere. Roll that intro.
When you see good kissing in movies, good actors make it look really easy, right?
Yeah, they do.
Well, Adam Sandler talked to W Magazine and about what goes into a scene like this, and you'd be surprised who's cheering him on. Check this out.
My wife thinks I'm good. She told me this morning I gave her a nice kiss. She goes, ooh.
So she gave me a new this morning. So I do well at home. And then when I have to do any romantic scenes in a movie, no, I'm never that excited for that. I get tense and feel awkward, and then everyone else I'm sure is awkward. And then my wife is always saying, just get in there, do a good job, and be nice to. My wife loves the women I work with, so she's very like, come on, make sure you kiss, give the best you can, and give it up.
Can I tell you a secret?
Yes, Sherry.
When I did the movie with Niecy Nash, guess who's coming to dinner with Ashton Kutcher and Bernie Mac? Ashton Kutcher had to kiss Zoe Saldana, and Demi Moore was on the set. And so she kept giving him notes, and so the director made him kiss Zoe Saldana like over and over.
Really?
And then and Demi kept going to Ashton, and he goes, "What do you want from me?"
You do not want your spouse.
Let me do my job.
That needs to be the day your spouse stay home because
Yes.
it's awkward.
Yeah. It's so awkward.
Even if they're cheering you on and rooting for you, you don't want to kiss another chick in front of your wife, even if it's for the art.
But when you're kissing in a scene, don't you just kiss like you normally kiss anybody?
Right.
Or do you
No,
like
you gotta make it look way more passionate than how you
make
kiss
it
your
look
wife.
way more passionate.
Maybe I always kiss very passionate.
Hey, same here.
And the guy's gotta work twice as hard to not get excited.
No but if you're attracted to the person, you get really excited.
That's
like
true.
I kissed DeAndre Whitfield. You know DeAndre Whitfield? Yeah, that was a good kiss.
That was a good
Sally Richardson, I love you. I love Sally has slapped somebody in the mouth. I love
think it's
you.
tough. Like women can hide being turned on. I mean, just for biological reasons, we can be turned on, but
Right.
But for a guy actor, I don't know
Not
how
if
you
I
do.
kissed you can't hide it.
Why did I wear khakis today?
Yeah, your mouth will turn green.
Yeah, you got a cold sore right there.
Immediate.
Oh my gosh.
Well, this is an ultimate feel-good fangirl moment. Earlier this week, Nicolas Cage attended a screening of his new movie called Color Out of Space, and one person was really, really thrilled to meet him, and that's Kesha.
Oh,
yeah.
I think they'd make a great couple.
That may be happening. She shared a video of Nick giving her a hug with the caption, "Meet your idols. Sometimes they're the."
Oh. But Nick Cage is all that. I snuck in his trailer. He was filming a movie, and I was on the set doing my own movie, and I snuck in his trailer, and I sniffed his clothes.
How did it smell?
Wait,
It smelled like heaven. I
would not imagine that.
Nick Cage, no, his clothes smell really good.
Really?
He is rich, and a lot of rich people do have the tendency to smell good.
And it smell rich.
Well, anyway, y'all, Kesha's not the only one, y'all, who got charmed recently. Now, Brad posted this picture with Future on Instagram with the caption, "I can't even lie. Future is a charmer." I think, oh my gosh, she thinks she's pregnant with baby mama number 23.
Yo, bro, stay away from that man. Stay away from that man.
No. This was a joke. I went to the YouTube Ball Legends and Leaders Ball last night, and we just took a picture together. But I thought it would be funny to post that because he is fertile Myrtle. How did he smell? I didn't smell him. You didn't sniff him? I didn't get that
He didn't
close.
smell like Lori Harvey?
No, I didn't smell anything. He was just really sweet, though.
He was. He was sweet.
But charm your draws off. But we didn't go nowhere. My drawers wasn't charmed off. He didn't try or anything.
okay.
What's your
All
voice,
right,
girl? He was just really nice. It happened in 2 seconds. Take the picture.
That's all it takes sometimes. 2 seconds.
Yeah, but Future. I'm pregnant looking at the picture.
My child's 14. It was a second and a half.
Jesus. Poor guy. Putting it on blast.
It's time for another
Thirst Trapping with the Stars.
Now, this first one up right now is a group situation. Jordan Woods ain't really hanging with the homie Kylie Jenner no more, so she dropped this pic on the gram with a new crew. You got Normani, Ryan Destiny, and Lori Harvey. They out there in Jamaica celebrating Lori's 23rd birthday, and Jordan captured it, Flavors.
That's
Normani.
Jordan Woods
What's
was so
up,
good.
Normani?
That look Jordan Woods has says, "I didn't kiss Tristan. Tristan kissed me."
Yeah, this is definitely thirst trapping at the highest degree.
She was her one best friend and got with all the hot girls.
If this was a group, this is Thirstiny's child.
I would say it's not thirst trapping because it's just a group of girls in Jamaica celebrating a birthday.
No.
They're just getting all the same picture. It's a selfie.
No.
They're not posing out.
They know. That took 15 times. She's like, do it again.
Is it all thirst trapping and you guys all disagree with me? Let's look at it again.
I think
Let's just keep it up there for a while. Look at it again.
But I think thirst trapping in a great way.
All right, y'all. Up next, Terry Crews has dropped 2 pictures on the gram with this caption. Have y'all seen it?
He said my neck, my back, my biceps, and my lats. Yeah, hashtag sweats for success. Yeah, so Swiper inspo is what he said with a little laughing emoji. What y'all think about his
Thirst
look?
trap. And by the way, I like him. That is too much.
It's thirst trap. Why is your chest greasy and your back dry?
You okay, Gary?
That is
You
so
okay?
true.
That's
Gary's
thirst
back is
trapping.
greasy. No, I'm gonna tell you why.
rubbed it on
I'm
his
gonna tell you why it's dry.
Why?
He couldn't damn
Gary.
reach the back.
Yeah, he's thirst trapping, honey, but I like it.
This is
But I
impressive
like it.
because he's 51 years old, but
He's
he also
51.
looks like a Snickers bar when you leave it in the car in the summer.
And guess what? Some people will still eat it. All right.
That's Snickers
Don't
bar.
comfort
It'll fill you up.
Niggas satisfied.
You can almost see his nuts.
Tastes the same.
Now, and finally, I don't know who's going to be more excited about this. I mean, I know we have some animal lovers here.
Yeah.
Right here.
All right, Frank. It is Kate Beckinsale and her cat Clive.
Nice.
Now, Kate shared this video and she captioned it, "Getting ready for the Critics' Choice Awards with Rob, Peter, Clive, and Miff." Rob's pretty thorough. Oh. Who has animals here?
Right.
Have you ever had your animal that close to your southern nether region?
I mean, sat on my lap, but never with my leg in the air like
Right.
that.
Yeah, not cocked
Holy
open.
crap,
Yeah, I bet
Heidi.
it got a little
Oh,
warm
I'm fun
right
too.
there.
I'm fun too.
Heidi has her leg up to the ceiling.
How did you do it? Yo. How did you do that?
Heidi got mad talents.
I would love to see where you put your kitty.
You can almost see it.
Between
You
my
can almost see
legs.
it.
She put it on top. That's
It
what
went,
she
it
put.
winked at me.
That's one lucky cat, though.
Yeah,
Slide right into
this is
DMs.
definitely a thirst trap. Anyway, Sherry, we hear you coming to Atlanta, girl. Yeah.
What?
That's right, Dish Nation family. Sherry will be our special guest host next week here in Atlanta for 4 episodes starting Tuesday.
Yeah.
Honey, we can't wait to dish with you in person, girl.
I can't wait to see y'all.
Yeah, we're gonna steal her from y'all out in LA.
All right, can you imagine messing up a date with Charlize Theron?
Yes.
No.
Well,
Yes.
that's what one guy did. We'll tell you all about it when we come back.
Now, 2020 is the perfect time to start thinking about 2040. With Robinhood, you can invest in the markets and earn interest with a competitive APY on uninvested cash. Now, they make it easy to get started and learn as you grow with an intuitive app experience and no commission fees on trades. And stock prices don't have to hold you back. You can buy a piece of a company you love for as low as $1. And you can build your portfolio a little at a time. You can buy 1 share, buy half a share, 3 1/4 shares. It's totally up to you, your budget, your goals, all right? Now, your first stock is on the house when you set up your account. So go to nation.robinhood.com to learn more and claim your free stock. Annual percentage yield on uninvested cash is paid by program banks and is variable. Robinhood Financial is not a bank. The free stock offer is subject to terms and conditions. All investments involve risk. Other fees may apply. Visit rbnhd.co/fees. That's rbnhd.co/fees.
Dish Nation.